We are here. We are live. Underneath me. Stun Talus rare. Fine. Fine. Yeah, that really sucked. Oh, way up here. All right. Thing shows the cave over here, but it really doesn't seem like it. Oh, there he is. What's the weird muting there? More rocks. Hold on, I'm in the middle of a jump. Supposed to be something up here. Feels more like it'd be an exit. Must have missed a passage. Brush my jumps, man. Do that after I finish this drink. That milk tea or what, man? Oh. I don't know about that. Where's the Mac? If there's a problem with the story, it's more the problem it has in a minute-to-minute kind of way. It's like, yeah, the lore and all that definitely isn't good. I would say lore-wise, it's more of an issue between the two games. That this game just forgets. Like, everything that happened in the last game is not really good for the permanence and the consistency of everything going on. It's hard to really, like, care about a return if they're not going to care. The lore itself in the grander scheme of things was always a mistake. It was cute using it as this loose connector just for fun, right? And obviously there's its sequels like with Majora's Mask and stuff. And that was fun. But those are all small scale things. That every game needs to have some kind of bigger connectivity. It's just not necessary. Getting all those answers and stuff in Skyward Sword and trying to make a timeline out of it just ruins a lot of the mystique and atmosphere of what's going on. And then having to adhere to that limits, I feel like, what you can actually pull off in a story. It's better just to forget it exists, man. Yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, I mean, they have just totally shat on it, so if you do care about it, it's a little goofy. And in some ways, they like are totally up fan service alley with all the items and references and stuff like that. So I wish if they wanted to divorce themselves from shit, they would do it a little better. But yeah, the in-game story, what's going on right here now is much more of a problem when it comes to the narrative. Absolutely. I mean, it's something to talk about for sure. I just don't think it's, yeah, like a huge reason, like a huge problem with the game. Like, yeah, you could talk about it. It is definitely something. They don't care anymore. But I don't think it's like, damning to the game or anything. I think how it's even bad within its own lore, is way worse. Like I said. Just how the actual Saturday morning cartoon story is just fucking horrible. Yeah, I mean, some people are really, like, invested in this, like, grander, like, timeline thing. It's like, dude, these games have been coming out for, like, 30 years. There was never a fucking big plan. Like, not everything needs to be trying to be this, like, Marvel thing. And even those, you look at that kind of shit, I mean, they just jump the shark all the time to try to stay fucking, like, relevant. With their multiverses and timelines and shit, and it's like, you really want that for a series like this? I'd rather each one feel a little more distinct. In fact, I'm tired of like Hyrule and shit like that, you know? shed some more of that. Do stuff like Majora's Mask or something way more transformative like Wind Waker with the material. Like, yeah, it's Hyrule, but it's like very much not. I'm sure part of it is that this game skates with fan service. Like, I mean, like, I'm in Majora's Mask with the Fierce Deity outfit on. You know, that it does stuff like that. You know, in an area called Spectacle Rock, right, from Wind Waker, and you know, it's the Gerudo and all that. I mean, like, I get it. It's easy to get like attached to that kind of thing. But it's like, I really feel like you shouldn't. Because they don't care. The quality of stories they're putting out now are really not good. They were much better when they were much more atmospherically focused on fun, but like, you know, low screen time characters and gameplay focus. Like, I feel like I felt more from the narrative of those games than I've ever felt from this one. So it's like wanting them to adhere to this timeline when that was introduced in like a shitty game, and like the stories we're getting now are even shittier. It's like you should not even want a timeline. Because it's just gonna make all your other old games seem worse and fucking like relation, right? It's like I don't want to have like Majora's Mask or anything even like touched by this game's fucking story, right? Yeah, I think if they're just gonna put out such a crappy story, like if you just don't, I feel like if I'm not, it's not like I've got the writing chops, but like if you don't got the writing chops, get someone else or like downplay it, man. Go back to the strengths, go back to atmosphere, go back to like offloading a lot of that to the player. Like trying to go for these big, like sweeping, like semi-meta stories and shit. It's just like, they're not meta, but you know, like timeline focused. And it's just like, like I said, I think when they moved to voice acting, they moved to bigger, longer, more scripted out cutscenes and stuff. And everybody was worried about that. I don't think they've ever made a good showing for doing it. Like, I don't think there's been a good job, like, you know, what the outing they've had, the quality of the story they've put out. I'm like, I don't know why they went this direction, because they did not have a good vision for it. Like, I'd be fine with the VA, I'd be fine with, like, more story and, like, typical cutscenes and stuff in a Zelda game if, like, they had something to show for it. But I'm like, really, this and Breath of the Wild story, like, really crappy, kind of dull stories. And it's like you could say, the story doesn't matter. The story informs the adventure, is the set dressing to everything you're doing. You know, the purpose of why you're doing shit. You know, the atmosphere. We were talking about it yesterday, you know, there's plenty of games where just that, you know, most games back in the day, even the old NES ones, would have some kind of opening story, right? Just to kind of inform the rest of what was going on, to give you this feeling always in the back of your mind, you know. Even if it wasn't a big deal, even if it was only a small amount of the game time like this one, it still has like some importance, right? And this game clearly has a lot more story and a bit more focus on it. You even got the fucking Sage Phantoms walking around with you, so like it does matter. I just don't think they put a good foot forward on. I don't think it's a huge deal. Like, it is still a small amount of the game. Like, yeah, you know, it's important. Could be better, but you know, you can get past it a little bit. I don't get to enjoy, you know, having that atmosphere, that like attachment to like what's going on and stuff for when I'm exploring, but like you can get by it a little bit over like a 200-hour experience, right? But it would help. It would be important. It's like it's true and it's not true. It just depends on the magnitude. Yeah, I was reading whatever. I think I was reading what you're talking about. I was hoping for more gameplay discussion. See what's up later. I'm curious if people feel about it how I do on some of this shit. I'm not surprised people wouldn't like the story. Speaking of story, I gotta do the last Zelda thing real quick after we do these caves. Or I assume it's the last one. It's a special one that unlocked after all the others. large room. Very little in it. Are you talking about that guy who thought Skyward Sword was the best Zelda story game? That one I was like, huh? Didn't read the whole thing on the shitter, but yeah. Like, I kind of skipped over most of that opinion because I was just like, I just didn't want to read any stupid ass shit. So you have to do this to get to the frog. Can you even get in here without the outfit? I'm guessing not. What was that cave? Didn't it say it was a discovery? Is there like another cave around here? I guess we'll do this real quick. 'Cause he only likes fruit. Yeah, that does count as a cave, but it's not on the map. Which is odd. It even made a discovery. Did I get a booble frog in it? I don't remember. Let's go back in there and check in a bit. Does it not appear if I haven't gotten the tower, really? That cave still popped up, maybe not. What the heck, Ema? Come on, man. Oh, so that's what this was. Well, I was wondering what this was a long time ago. I was like, I don't fucking get it. You can only do it when you have a quest. I wonder it didn't work. I'm surprised it didn't insta-kill me, that'd be funny. Did like no damage. Wondering if I died. The 5 bananas. 8. What? I just killed him. I guess there was another Zelda thing recently. I'm good, man. I've already fought 1,000 Taluses in this shit. Didn't mark that side. Didn't get every cave marked, but that's okay. I imagine this Yuga thing is like on the bottom, but I don't know for sure. Uy. Watch out, amigo. There's this cave out. Oh. I was looking right at it. Jesus. Hopefully we get some good announcements today. It's probably gonna be like 8 hours of me watching us streaming news ship. Like I said, that Guerrilla Collective thing happened yesterday, and I forgot to watch it, so gonna restream that today. It's like 3 hours long, but we'll be able to skip through bullshit because it's a VOD. We'll probably watch most of it and go straight into the game. I'll say the Game Awards, but the Games Fest. Okay, that's just a 2-entrance cave. Sleeping on the job, mate? Not today. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry about that. Forgive me. Ugh. I got this shit to worry about. The outfit micromanagement game. The Boober Frog. Sweet warmth. His intelligence sources. Did they see that I wasn't wearing the outfit? Maybe you can't even get the shrine until you find all three of these, huh? Is this the most, like, out of the way locked shrine in the game? I would assume so. Must be a blessing or an actual thing. You'd imagine it's a blessing after all that. How did Raru know that the Ego were going to be blocking this and it would be a big enough task that he should just give a blessing instead of making Eo? Do a whole puzzle. How did he know? Foreknowledge.
Hmm? Oh. Oh? Oh.
Okay. Oh, I went in here. Oh, now it's Mark. What the? What the hell? What's going on there, Jimmy? Maybe I flew above it because I'm so fucking cool and crazy. And not suck. Alright. It's time for story. Zeldo, Zeldo. Where are you, Zeldo? Will there be like a whole fucking like temple that'll pop up here? I'm sure there will, right? Bigly content. Something cool up in Akala since there's no story shit here. No. What do you mean? Ah.
Was that the sword that seals the darkness? The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from me.
The sword will continue to gain strength if bathed
This guy
in
does not
sacred
sound like a
power.
big tree, man.
The stronger that power, the more powerful the sword becomes.
It's like too much of just like
After
a normal
all, you
human.
possess more than power over time. You have a sacred power that can dispel evil.
Oh yes, that
To
dispels
swallow a
evil.
secret stone is to become an immortal dragon, one blessed with eternal life.
Minoru, I'm counting on you.
Did you write something to Link? Like, hey man, I'm a dragon. And the Master Sword's gonna be on me. Also, here's where all the locations of the temples are and how to get to them.
I will restore the Master Sword for you. I will care for it until the time comes.
It's cause that bitch you still
Pour the
talk?
sacred power into it. It will be the weapon that defeats the Demon King.
There's just something about how stilted and overly wordy the dialogue is, man.
To become an
Or how
immortal
generic it
dragon is to lose oneself.
You must.
Yummy. Oops, don't want to forget that. Hey, it's right.
Protect them all!
Cheesy. How emotional, man. She be crying. Such a sad story. So who are the other dragons? Okay, but is she just gonna come back as a human at some point? Like you'd imagine? Are those the sages? Who? Who are these people? The masked. The Masquetta folks. Roll credit, yeah. You can't see her if it was in first person. Gotta see the emotion, dude. Where was Zelda in the last 100,000 years? Why did she just appear recently? Oh yeah. But I've already been up there. Does something happen if I go up there? Why is 11 missing? No? Okay. Where is she? Yeah, I don't know. Cool quest. Alright. Let's do the rest of this shit. Then I'll go do whatever this Hyrule Castle thing is. And then we'll do the Highlands. She's just sacrificed so much, man. She already had to wait 100 years. Now she has to wait 100,000 years. She's always crying. It's emotion. Wee, wee, wee. Pardon me, ma'am. I mean, I'd be more surprised if they just stuck to her being a dragon. Like, most likely she's just gonna come right back, man. Maybe she'll be dead like the champions, where she's fucking constantly talking to you still. Where's my Zelda Phantom? Yeah. True enough. Thank you, Mr. Keysman. Toolin, how about letting out a couple shots, brother? What do I pay you for, dude? Twice it's Keysman. Don't care. Come on, Jimmy. Get me out of this dump. Kojima documentary. Is it even like a documentary, or is it just him talking about his philosophies and just kind of like a... I can't tell how much it was going to cover, like, everything he's done, and how much of it's just, like, whacking himself off in the modern day. But yeah, I mean, we need an Uchikoshi one. The father of the visual novel, and one of the leading visionaries in storytelling in video games. Meet la creatividad forma de story. No, he's certainly a big deal, and I mean, analyzing like why is a big deal, and just, I mean, he's even just his career path in terms of like Metal Gear and stuff would probably be interesting, but it looks like super fart sniffing, yeah, like like that. It's even like on their own YouTube channel. It just seems like it, like you giving yourself like a medal kind of thing, right? Yeah, I'm not a massive I mean, Kojima stuff is fun enough, but I'm not like a... I don't quite buy in on the visionary, super cannot do no wrong kind of thing as much. I mean, it's nice he has a lot of creative control in a AAA environment. Normally you're not going to be able to pull that off, but outside that, I'm like, eh. I suppose I'll play all of this stuff, but... Yeah, I don't want to watch like a movie made by them. I assume it's made by them about him. The cult of personality is not for me, man. I really don't like the music in this game. I actually focus in hard on some of this shit. I'm like, god damn. I mean, it doesn't help it's the same shit from the last game. Like, fucking hell, man. Like, there's some good stuff. I'm not saying it's all bad, but like, jeez. Be a lot more. Okay. How would you like me to get over there? Can I like somehow blow this whole thing down? Yeah, and I like how all the people they were interviewing were people that he's just like had in his games, like directors and shit that were like in Death Stranding. Like, ah, yes, I'm making a movie about how great I am. And the people we're gonna interview are my friends. So it's like, I mean, I feel like it's almost worth watching just to get a kick out of it. Like hitting these twice really matters. Does it matter the direction these are in? tired of hearing this song. Give me some fucking peace. Jesus Lord. How do I get in here, man? I don't think there's any wood in these. I don't know if you can even light them up. I mean, I figured they were like pointing at it, but I need to go like underground now. Go back and look around. Doesn't quite seem to make a difference. Once you've switched them once, that's kind of it. It seemed like it was open it up down here or something. There's like a secret tunnel. Like a switch. Yoink. Oh, okay. There's a couple loose floorboards. Cool. Jim. Right. Oh my god. Wait, guys. If that was Zelda, then who's the Zelda we've been following? Has there ever been a Zelda game duo, or Zelda games in general, that like actually is as hyper focused on Zelda herself as Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom? Skyward Sword gets there sometimes. She's like a plot device in some of them. Otherwise, she's just like a solid supporting character and stuff like Ocarina of Time. I mean, I guess most Zelda games don't have a lot of story. It's like, goddamn. It is just Zelda this, Zelda that. Oh, look at it. It's called The Legend of Zelda, of course it is. If you've ever played these games, you know it's not. Zelda's like pretty much not even in half of them. Link's Awakening, Majora's Mask, she's there for like 5 seconds. I can just start with these ones. Booble man, he's gonna give me something awesome, or he's gonna turn into a deer. That'd be great. I mean, if Zelda can turn into a dragon eating stones, surely he can turn into a deer eating gems. Right, bros? I don't even look at the environment. I'm just running to point A to B. Like, it's nice in a way that they to show you where everything is, because you are just in the same map and there's not as much to see again. But you're also kind of skipping over shit. Or changing the process of how you explore. Not that I've gotten to use the cave thing that often, but very much a get to the content focus. Oh my god, more rock shit, dude. So we have more tools to handle it now. Wonderful. Of course, the only people that can break these rocks are not visually even here. Otherwise I would have shot the Goron out. Didn't check every passage down there. Maybe there was like something, but I didn't see the clothing flags. We know there's no shrine. Willing to take a chance on that. Haven't seen any NPC shit. There's supposed to be a training ground at the Southern Oasis, so I should go over there and see if there's anything cool. It might be just nothing interesting. 183 crystallized charges. We'd have to grind a little bit to get the rest, or do a boss refight. Didn't actually mean to do this yet. I was gonna go use my machine to go somewhere else. We'll just fly over there. Moving the spheres. It will not be so easy for you. No, man, we're gonna make it. We're getting close though. Thinking maybe tomorrow we'll finish up. Then, unless there's a lot of like main story shit that hasn't popped up. Might be the next day. So there's about 8 hours of game news shit we got coming up in 6 hours. We could watch the Guerrilla Collective thing now, but I figured we'd just do it all at once. But that happened yesterday. It is a 3-hour video. A 3-hour stream. Just me and the Ghost Boys. You know how it is. Really feeling like a big party of friends kicking ass. Hello?
Yup.
They're all in the same room. Thank God. The Phantom Greaves. I'd wear them, but they're not upgradable. Thanks, bird. Thank you, Birdman. Alright, well, one more place in the Gerudo area. Busted through these pretty quick. I don't have to upgrade it. No. It just also happens to have really bad defense, too. But at least I don't have to upgrade. No. Another shadow riddle. What was the riddle? Where's Hemar's descent? Hey, later, man. Yeah, the final cleanup will probably be tomorrow, but we'll see. Maybe I'll get some more done. Sweet dreams, brother. Maybe we'll see you for some of the game news shit later. Will this be discovered as Hemar's descent in a second? Maybe it's in the north? I mean, it's probably in a different area if it's not here. Unless I've missed the chest. I mean, if I have, let me know. If I've already gone into the cave. We're all seeing it. Might just be down here. Shine the light of day. It might just mean use the mirror on somebody. Should be fine because I have the construct to help with that, so I don't really need to do any puzzling if that ends up being the case. Let's go ahead and just kill this. Four more caves. This formula in the game. I would agree. I would say I agree. I'd be willing to do another one but it would need to be very different. Yeah, they need to bring back the more Metroidvania. Maybe not. I mean, you don't have to get rid of the freedom, but like at least, yeah, permanent upgrades and stuff to have the gameplay feel like it's transforming over the playthrough. The thing with these is like, you play the first 20 hours, and that's essentially the rest of the playthrough, but it's a 200-hour thing if you're doing most everything, and it's like, I don't know. I don't know if I think maybe I'm kind of over that. I definitely think the formula of shrines and Koroks and all that should be different. I'm willing to do the formula again if they put far more significant stuff in the world of like a larger variety with more budget, more set piece, you know, like I said, you know, that the pirates didn't even have a pirate outfit on and you didn't like have to sail around and do anything for a little bit when you have the tools for it. It's like kind of lame, right? Like I want to be able to find more stuff like the Spirit Temple just in the world. Like I'm willing to do the formula again if it's a new map and it's focused on stronger content and not formulaic content with decent density. I think this one doesn't capture the feeling of adventure as good as Breath of the Wild. A lot of that's the map. I think if they could capture that again and also like improve the content, that would be really good. This one's like really focused on just the content, but it's still following a formula about micro content. And it's like, I'm kind of over the little micro content thing. Like, yes, this has more density and more fun stuff to do than, you know, most of your big AAA open world games, but I still feel like this one especially has a problem with like quantity over quality. And when you're on the same map and you're expecting, you know, because you're on the same map, for them to put in some really cool shit, that really the only cool shit is like the mechanical stuff at the beginning, and then just some like novel shrines is kind of weak, man. Like that, like I mentioned in Discord, the only time I've ever had that feeling of like, whoa, that was really cool, this is really interesting, I'm discovering something secret, was for the Spirit Temple. And they would just tell you how to get there anyways, so like, I wanted that feeling of something significant hidden away that leads you to something else significant in like more areas. And instead it's just the formula again. So yeah, point is, I would be fine with the formula again, but it would need to capture what I think the point of this was supposed to be in the first place, or at least what I wanted out of it. If I want Breath of the Wild exactly again, I want a new map, right? So if you're gonna bring, you know, if we're gonna go in expecting, you know, the same map, then I'm expecting more like quality content. That goes a little harder. I just don't think it does. I'd be totally fine with them ditching this style too. I think it's totally cool. Yeah, like 2 games in a row. Like I said, I don't hate this game or anything, but I'd be totally, yeah, fine with a redesign. What am I looking at? That just Dylan? Or is that like some early rendition? Those pictures. Good, man. It's always just better. Yeah, I also feel like the vehicle customization thing, I'm fine with them ditching it. I think they made a good attempt at balancing adventure and creativity here, and I think it's fine enough for one game, but without a heavy rework and leaning into one or the other a bit better. Or just stronger, more sectioned off content designed around the vehicles, especially in the world, the actual exploration, which is 90% of the game. I'm kind of, the novelty of it wore off a long time ago. So I'm fine with them just ditching it. The thing I'm worried about is like it's such a successful formula that I feel like they might ride it another time. I don't know. Well, I mean, with Zelda, like they usually iterate and change it up every time pretty well, right? So I'd like to think. I mean, this is one of the few times I feel like they haven't gone quite as far as I'd like, but like I'd like to think they would know better than just to do the same thing 3 times in a row. And of course, there's no way they would do the same map again, right? That'd be fucking insane. But yeah, we'll see. Is there any cool side quests you guys would recommend out in the desert? I don't feel like really walking through like every inch of it. It's just kind of hitting the important bits. Okay, I feel like I'm alright then. Not saving someone. I know where that is. Yeah, if they're not really that interesting, I'm not too worried about it. Oh, really? Oh, yeah, the owner. Oh. I guess we could go do that then. Yeah. I don't plan on doing all the side quests. Like I said, I'm definitely wrapping up. Coming to a lot of decisions on what I think and kind of. I mean, I've got 100 silence according to my profile. I've got 175 hours right now. You know, like I've definitely, you know, we're definitely at the point. I'm just kind of hitting the highlights right now. Well, I think some of the quests are cool. You know, I'm not interested in like all of them. The Molduga. Unless you guys would really recommend something in the side quest, something really cool. I don't know what I got left, I mean. I don't really have much left. It's a lot of this is like throwaway shit. Like I'm not doing the pictures, I'm not doing the wells. This is for making a weapon, right? This is, I don't even know where this is. This is for making a weapon, this is just for fighting a boss. Like I could do them. Maybe I will, it wouldn't take long. But might save them for a little bit. Do like a last side quest kind of run through. I don't remember how to do the Moldugas. Yeah, 2 really big games in this style is definitely enough. I mean, if you think about just the sheer amount of like hours that these 2 games have together, you know, it's more than almost the rest of the series combined, right? That's a lot for one formula. beluga music's cool. Most of the desert music's been decent. They're a lot better at that than with the goofy ass like Talus shit and generic combat music. I don't have any upgraded gear on right now, that's why I took so much damage.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
Great. Fly over there. Pushed everything. But yeah, I would definitely agree. They don't have to go back to the traditional style, though I'd be totally fine with that. Something just more dense and focused. It's not like you have to, like, not be innovative with that kind of style, right? I mean, it's just it's just more about dense, you know, overworlds. Diamond. He's gonna give me a fucking, like, piece of jewelry. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
War diamond.
Hi. Hey.
No thanks, bro. You just want me to take a picture of this ruins? Oh well. Let's go see what's going on in Lookout Landing. Yeah, I think if they just changed, like, just some key little things about the formula, like, maybe it wouldn't have as much of like a Fallout kind of feel. Not Fallout, but a repetition. Like I said, that it still is kind of like shrine focused, and it's still, you know, has like weak dungeons, and it still has the same story vehicle, you know, for delivery, and like there's a point where they're like just doing everything by the numbers of the first game's formula to like a bizarre degree. You know, the gear's unchanged, even the amiibo gear's unchanged, stuff like that. Like all the powers are new and nice, and those definitely change how you do things. But like that's about it, right? I mean, everything else is pretty much the same. And they work well enough for a full game. Like that is enough I don't think it just is enough to make it feel as strong as the first game did at the time. And definitely not to make enough to make me want to keep rolling with this formula for another game or two. That's some serious changes. Like, it would have to be a new map. Very artistically interesting. A decent story setup. An atmosphere. And much more interesting, significant content throughout. Yeah, we still got this area. We'll do that here in a minute. Or not a minute, but we'll see what's up with this. Unless this leads directly into the end of the game, which I doubt, because they still need to, like, take me to the Spirit Temple in some capacity.
Oh.
Oh. Ah.
I love the Goron sent their kids, man. Oh, it's the Great Kura.
Isn't that... Link, look at this! Quickly!
Oh my god, it's Zelda.
Your Highness.
Man, what has she been doing? She hasn't made any progress. She just sits here and watches the castle the whole time. Why are people pumped about this character, man? Like, really? At least as a goblin, she was, like, funny, right?
Huh?
And she was a side character. She's supposed to be, like, this major thing, and she just stands here. It doesn't do anything. Different races just show up and fuck around, man. Wow, the princess. She's the, hey, where's the princess character? Like everybody else. She's always throwing us into situations. What is she, my boss? We got new music here now that everybody's here. Oh no, there's like some Hyrule Castle shit going on. This is the Goron rep. A child, Lazora sent an old ass man. I mean, at least the fucking Gerudo sent somebody important, man. Gerudo sent like their hairstylist. Damn, we're all here, dude. All these fucking people are all here. Let's go, man. I'm good to go do this right now, right? I assume since we haven't even done spirit setup that I'll have time to do the side shit. Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Need to finish upgrading my battery too. So we could go do one boss refight, but we might get a couple little things on the way. I mean, I've gotten like almost 200 just not even going down there and fucking around, really. Could do one last Zonite set a trip.
Link! Link! Come to me.
Come.
I am waiting.
Yeah, in the sanctum. Let's go.
Waiting for you.
What? Is in the fucking... Is this a trap? The place where you bite people? Oh yes, the location you beat people up. Oh, I figured she'd be in the sanctum. Oh, if I go talk to Impa in Kakariko... Is she in Kakariko? Is there new dialogue now that I finished the geoglyphs? Or she... Oh, she might be in the main thing. Let me go there. Let's see. I guess I haven't been in here for a while. I don't know if there is anything. Wink. 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 For you. Come. 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 Really glad that you saved her. She gave me some bullshit. I don't remember what she gave me already.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Well, if she thinks we can ever return her to our normal, then we will return her to normal. That's just how these fuckers right, man. Can't fucking help themselves. Luke. Boy, mate. That's what we need. Mate. Boy, mate. Get the hell up here. Get the hell over here. I need like an Australian Zelda on the next one, dude. I've been through this castle about 100,000 fucking times. I'm just gonna fly around it. There's no like action. This was one of the first places I went to. That fucking Spider-Man picture though. The ultimate machine. Oh my god. Kill. Shouldn't Link know better at this point? I dropped my ride off. Do I really have to hit her up over every fucking location, dude? Zelda runs around and we have to fight 20,000 mobs on the way. I was like, okay, you know, it's a trap. We'll see her in the main room. Bang, bang, boom. But, I'm ready to get in here, man. Oh my god, you're totally Zelda, aren't you? Can you please stop moving for a few seconds, buddy? Wow. Like it's supposed to be this epic mystery. Like what's up with Zelda? It's like we already know what's up with Zelda. We already know that Ganon's used fakes. It'd be one thing if we didn't know. Then it might seem a little more surprising. Even if it is Zelda puppeteered, it's like who fucking cares, man? last one. Higher. Not too high. Oh, now I gotta go back out and down? Thought we were at least leading up into the top. Well, I guess we're going to reuse this area. We're just gonna put you on a wild goose chase around it for fucking 10 years. Did you like it? No bats.
Lee, I am waiting. Waiting for you.
Better be it, dude. I don't even know what she's trying to do there. I think it's supposed to sound like ethereal or like supernatural in some kind of way. Because it's like probably not her. That just sounds odd, man. It just sounds kind of fucked, dude. And no, brain off, move on, man. That's probably the best way. They're building music again. Oh, it's the Zelda theme. Do you remember Ocarina of Time and Koji Kondo's music? This is like 3 or 4 different songs in one. I clap. Bravissimo, new composer. It's like, it's fine to do that a bit. I just don't think there's enough strong original stuff, or the presence of the music not really as good as it was back in those. So when it just kind of like puppeteers like the old songs for like I feel like almost a cheap fan service kind of reaction. It's just I mean, at least that's how it feels to me. I mean, I'm sure they didn't think of it that way, but
I have been waiting for you to arrive.
I hope she goes sicko mode.
Now, Link, there is something here I want to show you. What do you think? Hyrule Castle, perfect and glorious. Does it awaken memories? Memories of our time here? Well, really take in every detail. After all, this place
Was it gonna be his tomb, dude?
Will be the last thing you ever see.
Wow.
The fabled swordsman who endured my corruption, who has persisted in slaughtering my servants.
Where's he been all game, dude?
Interesting. How is it that you survived my attack?
Jesus, this like anime shit. Interesting. How did you manage to survive? Hasn't he already done this like interesting thing? Here he says that. Yeah, he said that exact same shit when Raru was doing something to him, I think, or when he was killing the Moldugas. This like anime reaction shit.
It must have been that wretched arm. No matter. You will not live to see another sunrise. Did my puppet entertain you? She made it so easy to mislead you, to keep you occupied.
Occupied.
But such an indirect approach
Why is my guy so stupid? He already knew it wasn't her.
end this hero's life, my dark servant. Cut him down.
What? Am I just fighting Phantom Ganon again? Huh? Really? Is it like different? I'm guessing it's like... Yeah, there's like a few of them. Are my dudes gonna... I guess they're actually fighting. I forgot you can't shield when your bow's out. Oh, you get stuff. That's nice. okay. Hopefully something new here instead of just fighting this mini boss again. I had the Master Sword, huh? It says attaching a material. Does that count as like if you attach a weapon? Anything, huh? Interesting. Alright, Bob. Trying to get my loot together. Hope you don't mind. Got a lot of stuff to grab. Ooh. The Demon King's spear. Hey, you mind if I get a shot at that spear, brother? Pretty hard to get one. Take one of my own, but oh. The epic battle here. Like just fucking walking around trying to take some shots. Awesome fight.
It seems there is more to you than the power Rauru has gifted.
Can we get a real one?
But not much
Everyone's here. And they're really loud.
Link, we are here.
Where did they come from? This is some fucking super anime shit. Saved at the last second.
those who carry the secret stones.
Just what is this thing?
Where did they come from?
Recognize me. Perhaps there are limits to the knowledge the secret stones impart.
The secret stone.
You stand before Ganondorf. The foolish actions of your ancestors served only to delay my ascension. Allow me to show you the world that was and will be again when I have been restored.
Okay. What the hell is this music?
Rise, my servants. Sweep over Hyrule with the power I have granted. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies.
What's with this beat in the back?
No survivors.
Did you hear it there? That like weird snare hit they were doing occasionally? It sounded so good. Wow, he's really evil. Now we're really motivated.
Cannot hope to.
What the fuck kind of storytelling is this, man? Like, oh, you don't know who I am. Let me show you how evil you are so you can all catch up. Good. Nobody even knows who Ganondorf is for most of this game, dude. What a fucking story, dude. I love that they came in and saved the day at the last second, too. Classic.
Fate. My power will sweep across this land. You need but await the inevitable end.
Don't worry, my friends are my power, man. With them, I can't lose.
Was that the Demon King we were warned about? It all really happened?
This is Dire. The Demon King. The man who nearly destroyed the world. Ganondorf. With his return, everyone's in danger.
This
isn't good. If that really was him, we're in real
The dialogue is so bad.
He must not be at his full strength. Otherwise, why flee instead of finishing us off? We should return to Lookout Landing and decide what to do next.
Where did they come from?
Link.
Can
you
they
should come
teleport to their phantoms whenever? Oh, hey, a heart. Maybe we will get all of them. I don't know about that. Well, I don't even consider that a boss. That was a collection of fucking, like, mini bosses, dude. And I won't hear anything else about that. I don't want to do it. What are my lowest ones? This one? I feel like the Gloom Club would actually be bigger damage. Yeah, I may be coping a bit. What of it? Man, it's like they didn't even know who Ganondorf was. All of this gameplay and like they were just getting into the, oh, who's the evil man? And he has to show them a vision of him to catch them up instead of us just like explaining it to them naturally, or him appearing and doing stuff throughout the world. They really came in at the last second and saved us. They're not even gonna explain how. They're just there. It's just pure like low level anime shit, man. Fucking bizarre, dude. I don't consider that's. I wouldn't even consider that a boss. I mean, it's technically a boss, but if we're considering that a boss, it's the worst boss. It's just a bunch of mini bosses we've already fought together. And I'm not considering that a dungeon. Imprisoned V3. I would take the imprisoned. I at least want to see a version of the imprisoned. See what they could do. Many door. It is I, many door. Everybody's here now. The flying in prison. Oh, that one. I mean, that's really bad too. They really just don't do it quite like they used to. Oh, now everybody's really here because everybody. All of the quests have been done. We can't just have these guys hanging out, I guess. Do I still get their phantoms? So, how did it go? It was pretty tough, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. 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 Jesus, what do they think? I'm 5 years old? I already knew Zelda was in the path. They saw it already. I like how they have to summarize the story in case you didn't understand. Everybody says their piece, explains the story, and pretends they exist. I like how I have the sage here and the construct and it doesn't matter. Here we go, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got it. Especially because I've already gotten her in the team. Maybe Link will say something now. Wow, Pyrrha. Thank God we have you. I bet you're the sage, right?
What?
Like how he just didn't say anything till now, dude.
Huh?
Oh, she was so great. So much will.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Yep.
Okay, so it's just straight to the finale. Was there like a whole big story to have the wind disappear above that cloud area? I like how if you've done some of this early, the story ends up even shittier.
Check it.
They shouldn't even have allowed you to do it, man.
Hmm. Huh? Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Oh, you have to go to Kakariko. Why did they even let you go early? I mean, yeah, it was one of the coolest things to find, but the game should have just been completely designed around that kind of shit. Since it barely is allowed to happen, if you go there early, all it does, other than give you like a cool feeling of discovery, is just destroys what's like already a fucking horrible story.
Hmm. Ah.
Now it's like fast tracking the story.
Yes. Check it.
Stop saying that. New objective, destroy Ganondorf. Why is this still a quest? So like, they don't even tell you about the Kakariko thing, man. Damn, so there really is nothing else. You just go straight to the end, man. Like you wouldn't have gotten the Master Sword during all that. The Sage thing, yeah, maybe you wouldn't have found her. Not that it's very hard, it's one of the most unique looking areas. All you do is fucking fly in from the area that has like some rocks.
Hmm. Oh. Mm.
That means you're an idiot. Jesus, these people are fucking stupid. I love how everybody whacks Zelda off. So like you could beat this game without the Master Sword, right? Can you? That would be the funniest thing. Like, do you have to have it? It'd be so funny if you could just not. Everything Zelda did, turn into a dragon and you just use some monster's ass cheeks fucking glued to a stick to kill him. It's like, huh, you didn't have to do that.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Jesus, I mean, we might even be able to finish today at this rate. Well, I mean, at 10:30, we're doing that thing. We might just barely not have enough time. I mean, I assume the final thing's gonna take a bit. I'm gonna run in down there with Majora's Mask and skip it all. I've already ran through it before. There's just no teleport, sadly. I'll have to rerun through it. Yeah. Everybody's just a complete fucking like slave to Zelda's will, dude. Anything that looks like her. I mean, they could have just like told them half of this shit too, man. Yeah, I love it. The story's just so fucking bad, man. They really should have just not been even in existence. Thanks, Calip, you fucking tool. Yeah, maybe they should have set up some kind of like text message on the fucking Purapad to be like, hey, go meet Mineru in this place. She'll explain the rest. She just leaves it, dude.
No.
Giving Ganondorf more time, and I mean, it's like, I get it, man. Like, they gotta do stuff for story, but like, you get to make the story. You can make it work, right? It doesn't have to be stupid plot hole city. Plot holes the size of a fucking, like, impact crater.
No.
I like how we said we found Mineru, and she never even appeared in that scene afterwards to talk to them. I mean, it's nice that you can do things in whatever order, but man, it really doesn't help the story. And it doesn't feel that strong from an adventure sense, like the first one, so. Definitely, like I said, it's not as cohesive of a vision there. Jesus Christ, man, shut up. Do we tell him we already know what's at the end of all this? It's cool they let you do this whenever, but I almost feel like they should have just not. Like I said, I don't think the game pulls off the freedom to go wherever thing as cleanly, since there is a bit more of a linear story at times. I mean, it's not like there's any save in the story. I mean, I probably liked the feeling of discovering it on my own. better than anything they would pull off with the story, but it just seems like it was probably not the best call. Is your mother here? Or your grandmother?
Ah. Oh.
Don't see her. Link should have just broken in there anyways and ignored them because he had suspicion that's all the was bullshit. Or they should have just accepted that, hey, he's kind of a badass and he's probably got about as much. Like underneath me? Sway or is reason to be doing something as Zelda does. Yeah, Caleb's actually doing everything. He should be fired. Drawn and quartered. Where is this shit, dude? In the well? Is this the one in the well? What are you buddying me for? Oh, it's Caleb. He's underneath the tent. I couldn't see him. He's so forgettable. Yeah, this part doesn't really feel special when you already know the end game, right? You already know it's Monero. You get a very light feeling of fun discovery that swiftly also ends up like really destroying a lot of feelings of stuff of the story and the progression of like finding her here and where it falls in the story and shit. It's funny, man. It's like I said, that was probably the best feeling I had in the game, was finding that place on my own. But also now it's like making this way more boring. Something about rubble. I love how they just reuse Hyrule Castle and you just jump to different areas in it. It's not even like a cool thing. You're just jumping around like an asshole. Wormy weather attack. It was like the most boring, lazy thing they could have done. They're gonna reuse it. Could have turned it into this like transformed dungeon, but it's just pieces of the original like waypoints you have to go to.
Ah.
Oh. Hmm? Hmm. Oh?
The fuck are they talking about, man? This guy's got, he's like talking about all sorts of bullshit. Oh, the river here, this there.
Hmm? Ah.
You found a way to open the relic in here, huh?
Oh. Hmm.
Huh? Did I?
Oh. Oh. Ah.
Yeah, it definitely looks like another Saxo one.
Ah. Hmm.
Saxo! Saxo! I don't know what all this is about Zonai charges and shit, dude. Like, holy hell, man. Saxo. Thank God all these ruins and rivers are still intact 100,000 years later. Man. Very unfortunate. Maybe 100,000 is a little too much. Like if I was gonna do a story like this, I'd probably take a 0 off of that. Because why not, right? Charged up. Mm. for action. I think that's exactly what they were inspired by. To the T, probably. I think this is where I'm supposed to pop the deal. I don't know where the other chest is though. The lubrication. Yeah. This biome was always cool. It's nice there's like a little bit of a main story thing here. I kinda wish there's a bit more significant stuff, but I always like this kind of rainforest vibe. I've already been to this, have we not? No. Ever's charged cock ring or something. Or the head strap on. Yeah, the only problem with what we're doing right now is I've already done the end of it. Because I've already seen the end of all this. To even find this main quest line, you have to kind of go out of your way to force activate it. Because they don't tell you about it. Well, it's cool to be running around here, messing with some mystery and all that. Like, way to kind of know the end of the mystery. This is all just to get this mech. It's cool they let you get to it early. But on the flip side, it really does not help the story out very much. Because technically we're ready to beat Ganon now, but we're still trying to figure out where Mineru is, who's right here. Not the most elegant way of putting that all together, but at least we still get to see it. It doesn't just completely skip it, I suppose. This thing looks like it's barely held together. Pretty sturdy tech, 100,000 years. Not like there's any robots taking care of these ones. Jesus. Your rock climber, yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is how you do it. Need the very nature itself to power such a powerful piece of furniture.
Oh. Oh. Mm. Oh. Mm. Huh.
No!
Ah. Ah.
Hey!
I don't care about Calip. Mm. Link's not gonna tell them. Guess he wants them to still believe they're gonna find something on their own. He's not gonna tell them, he's already been up there. Been to Journey's End. Poor bastards. Is there nothing else to find up here? Because those are higher. Yeah, the music here was cool too. Like, there is some cool music, some ambient stuff that's pretty good. There's a lot of goofy shit I don't like too, but... I was like, yeah, there's gotta be another shrine up here. I'm not exploring all these for their treasure chests. I think I'm good on finding more chests I don't need. If I happen to see one, I'll get one. Not gonna go crazy. Oops. Ran out. I think it's gonna be another delivery one. Because why wouldn't it be? Let's see, hopefully not. Hopefully they have something a bit different for this area. charge this thing. Nice. Apparently underneath me, but oh, you can collect it straight from the thing. That's cool. Nice. There is an easier way. Good. That's right, I don't have anything equipped. Can barely see this motherfucker with all these assholes. Okay, I want that. The forbidden puzzle design. The unsolvable puzzle. That's good. It's not a delivery. Maybe I'll go grab like a small bite before we start watching game news shit. We could watch the gorilla thing tomorrow, but it just depends on how close I get today on this. I think I could finish this today, that maybe I'd buy myself that time. I'm not gonna rush it. I expected a few more days either way. Not really. I mean, I don't think Nintendo's gonna be there, and they're the one who has the least amount of stuff announced for the rest of the year. I know Sam Lake's gonna be there showing off gameplay of Alan Wake 2. I'm pretty excited for that, although it's not getting a physical release, so I might not play it at launch. I know first Mortal Kombat gameplay is gonna be there. I don't really care about that too much. I'm just hoping to really maybe be surprised and see some cool, just interesting indie stuff. It's like, yeah, it'd be nice to see some large AAA stuff, but I don't think there's a whole lot of rumor mill going on. We'll see. It's a lot of different events. The Guerrilla Collective thing we're gonna watch that aired yesterday is like, like a 3-hour thing that just shows off indies. So usually, especially last year, the coolest stuff was just the ones that were showing off indie games. Yeah, Double Fine has one right after the Games Fest opening, which is 2 hours long. And after that is Devolver. I don't really care about the Devolver ones as much. They tend to be more of a show. Like, they're supposed to be funny. Oh, absolutely, Tracker. We'll see though. I mean, it'd be cool if there's some large stuff to get excited about. Maybe we'll see some Rubicon gameplay. That'd be nice. But I'll be playing it anyways. We'll find out though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot I'm going and expecting. I mean, it'd be cool to get like a Silksong date. But they recently announced like 2 months ago that they don't really have like a foreseen date yet. So. We'll just have to see. Yeah, that's why I like watching the small ones if we can. Getting those, the more indie games and stuff is more interesting. Like at the Sony event, most of the cool shit was indie shit, so. Like Talos, Principle 2 and all that. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's about 1 or 2 different conferences every day for the next 5 or 6 days through Monday. Saturday, I am looking forward to the Microsoft one. There'd be a lot of cool stuff there. They do have a lot of IPs that are pretty strong, possibly, if they want to do something with them, like Banjo or some shit. We will see. They're doing the Starfield thing for 30 minutes as well. It'll be interesting to see how that is. I feel like a game like Starfield, you're not really going to get a good idea of the quality of it until it's kind of out. Because it's really about like how they fill the game, the length, the quality for the amount of content. And Todd loves to lie, man. He loves to feed bullshit or make it sound cool. And well, I can't say. I mean, I'm buying into all that, so I don't know. I think I don't expect much from the Ubisoft one. We know the Capcom one has Dragon's Dogma 2, which will be cool to see a little bit on, and some unannounced stuff. I'd imagine a new Monster Hunter would be coming at some point in the vein of World, so that would be cool. I like Bethesda games. I could go for a nice quality, like just Bethesda, like classic experience, right? Like an old Elder Scrolls. But yeah, their quality's kind of dipped, and they really haven't put much out in that long. That's my thing, is I don't know if they can get away with their usual kind of jank and stuff when there's other really big long RPGs kind of on the market now. So I'm curious how they're going to innovate and they still have the same kind of like storytelling and kind of immersion kind of gameplay and stuff. So maybe they used to. Oh, alright, fuck here. Sorry, I don't think there's any more stuff anyways. I mean, I could fly a little bit. Yeah, since they moved into publishing and stuff, I mean, things like Fallout 76 being kind of iffy. If Starfield doesn't end up very good, definitely, you know, it's not quite Blizzard levels of like Fall from Grace, but you know, I'll be a little bit more skeptical for Elder Scrolls 6 for sure. It's been a long time, and Fallout 76 and Fallout 4, I don't think were very strong outings. I don't think Fallout 4 was bad, but I think the formula already started to kind of wear thin on that. So, we'll see. But I could just go for an Elder Scrolls game. Like, I mean, I played Morrowind for the first time, you know, a couple of years back, and I had a great time, so. It'll just kind of depend. I don't even know if I care about killing all these fucking... these dudes, man. What did they even drop in the chest? Wasn't it just like more fan service gear? I mean, I could run through and we'll see. So I'm mainly looking just to kind of get through the rest here. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. There's possibilities for some pretty good stuff. The big discussion in here has been, what is Nintendo doing? They have nothing outside of Pikmin announced for the rest of the year, and that's very odd for a holiday thing. So you'd think maybe there's going to be just something, right? Like, but they're not going to be at Summer Games Fest. Like, we know that Sony's the 65% they said of their budget is going into live service games, of which they have like 12 or 13 in development for right now. Not very exciting, that news. So I don't expect a whole lot of interesting stuff out of them. I mean, they already showed their Spider-Man and everything, so I don't expect to see much more from them. Microsoft, I feel like, is... We'll see. They said they had... Microsoft said for their conference on Saturday or Sunday, there will be no CG trailers. All gameplay for like 2 hours or something. And I'm like, okay, well, they feel pretty confident. That's nice. You know, you don't get that often. Hopefully they've got some stuff coming. I would imagine they're mostly putting all their bets into Starfield this year, though, so we'll see. Yeah, because I mean, Sony's was quite the opposite. It was a lot of CG trailers, and I mean, that's usually how it is. It's pretty rare it's not. So. Fucking Christ, man. Okay, can I get somewhere that's not horrible, please? God damn. I need to find the immediately find the cherry blossom tree. I don't want to fuck around. I just want to hit this shit up and just boom. We'll see though. Yeah, anything you guys are thinking about? I don't know really what's on the rumor mill. And since it's kind of this collection of a bunch of separate press conferences, it's kind of hard to get a surefire kind of read on anything. Also just going in hoping to be surprised by some smaller stuff. I'm gonna have my Steam open and be ready to wishlist to keep track of some of this. Because I feel like those are the most interesting experiences these days. Have been for a while, but not to say all AAA shit's bad by any means. I mean, this is good, right? It's AAA. But, yeah, I think that's where I more expect something. I mean, hey, at least I got 3 now. LLMs. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on that. What is LLMs again? Apologies. Oh, like learning machines? Like AI stuff? Facebook gets rid of voice synthesis, yeah. I think there's a lot of potential there for cool stuff. I think we've had this conversation a little bit before, but I think while there's potential for a lot of cool stuff, I would imagine you're going to get the nasty stuff first and most often. You know, companies trying to lazily create larger experiences to eliminate needing certain creatives and needing a lot of manpower, stuff like that. But I do think there's potential for like cool stuff there for sure. You know, maybe interesting background chatter, more interesting procedural generation. That if it's, you know, curated correctly and all that would be nice. The ability for a smaller dev, like a smaller, you know, just single dev to create the game of their dreams without having to have like millions of people there to help them do it. You know, stuff like that. Like, I think there's a lot of potential to realize creative visions with that kind of technology. I think there's also a lot of room to really make some soulless fucking like corporate greed-esque like bullshit though. It's just gonna kind of depend. It's just one of those things. It's just a tool, and as usual, those are gonna get used for good and bad. So I feel like they need to train their own models somehow. I don't know how it works. It's probably expensive. Yeah, I'm not sure how that all works. If you just can license it or use their data repositories, or if you have to do it all yourself. Yeah, things that, you know, there's a limit of manpower and assets and just time and stuff. Maybe you could eliminate that. You don't need to worry about it anymore. But on the flip side, we'll have to see. There's also, like I said, Ubisoft's already moving to make background chatter, AI bots. A lot of these companies have already started, I think, laying off some people for that kind of stuff. I would imagine you'd probably see the nasty first, but I hope it actually ends up being a tool that's useful to people. Yeah, exactly. Like just mixing in curated stuff with kind of more of the other filler. I think it depends on the game, right? Obviously something with a really strong narrative and like themes and focus and stuff. Probably it's not going to work quite as well. But something that can like kind of accent a thing maybe that doesn't have as much story, or where your attention isn't as focused on elements, you know, like background paintings and, you know, which I think that's already been happening where there's games using AI generated paintings and stuff to fill the backgrounds and shit. Like that kind of thing seems reasonable. But yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, responsive play. I mean, even stuff like Hitman type of games, right? You know, AI learning and playing within like interesting parameters and shit, and responding like with voice and cool ways that you could actually like kind of play around with stealth and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of potential for that kind of thing. I don't know the extent of like how powerful the technology is and how usable it is. I'm sure it would get pretty usable. But we'll see where it goes. Yeah, I don't know how much we're gonna see of that kind of stuff soon. It feels like it's been such a huge thing in the last 6 months that I'd imagine within a year or two we'd probably start seeing more stuff try to use it. It just depends on how usable it is right now. But if it is, I would imagine, yeah, within a couple of years you'd start seeing games really push it. Yeah, no, I'm really interested too. I'm definitely not like a for or against specifically kind of person. I think it's just kind of be another phase of stuff, and I hope it just creates a better environment for creativity and doesn't just, you know, eliminate what's special about human expression or anything like people are worried about. Because I mean that could be the case too. Corporate greed and all that shit. No telling. Yeah, I mean, but the potential's already kind of there, so yeah, it'll definitely be a bit before it's like that usable, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely interested in that. In form of, for any video game technology, I would say that's the most interesting thing to me. I think, you know, stuff like VR and all that is cute, but I don't think it's really quite anywhere that I'm like super care about. Not something I can really use, but AI would, I imagine, actually affect like most games we would play at some point. Not like NFTs where it feels like a super fad. I feel like it could be a pretty real thing. But we'll see. Yeah, I'd be curious to see if we see any of that. How many of these events? Maybe. Two cave. VA work, like AI implications on VA work, or VA and just video games in general. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's possible if it got strong enough. Yeah, it really would depend on how they have access to certain things, right? Like, do they have a collection of every, you know, of millions of voice samples? They probably wouldn't need you. Or do they have to create their own every time? You know, obviously people would want to curate and have something like maybe more fancy, so they could, yeah, like buy a library of somebody's voice or some shit. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question there for sure. It's really gonna, I mean, it'll come down to, I imagine, a few small things, right? Okay, is there like a piece of fucking wood nearby or something, dude? Yeah, if things end up, I mean, like, yeah, and on one hand, it could destroy voice acting, in video games and stuff, or just in general. On the other hand, yeah, it might just change the form of how you do it. It really depends. I think maybe that's how gonna depend more on regulation. I would imagine the technology will get there occasionally, at some point. My biggest thing is with voice acting and stuff is like you can create probably background chatter and all that, but to create the perfect flow of conversation with the highs and the lows and the nuance of the voice and like displaying just the right emotions and stuff, I highly doubt the AI will give you that level of control. Could it just create a random sentence that has that kind of nuance? I'm sure it soon if it's not already. But can it create the sentence you want exactly, right? I don't know about that. I don't know if it has that kind of control. Because that's hard for even like, a human to fully grasp and like kind of direct before I imagine a voice actor, but like an AI or something, like I don't know, do you type in like, oh, on this word I want you to have this kind of inflection or some shit, right? Because if it doesn't have that level of control or like that human kind of emotion to it, the little highs and lows and nuance and stuff, then it's going to sound unnatural. And I think I have full understanding of that and grasping those kinds of like intricacies of like voice work. It's like you have to have like probably a pretty good understanding of like human stuff. And I don't know if the AI would hit that level. Who knows? Yeah, that could be it. It could be somebody who like voice acts it, but they don't really have the voice you want, but they can kind of like do it the way that they want it to be done. And then they'll put like a, sexier voice on it or some shit. Yeah, exactly. Like a conductor. That would, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that's more my question is, how do you, because I mean, the arts and stuff they don't just get shot out. There's a lot of work, a lot of like small, nuanced thoughts about the details, and it's not about just output. I mean, to probably a big company, it's about the output, but the difference between something really good and something that's just kind of there, I think it lies in that kind of stuff. And I don't know if the AI really have that level of control you can have over them. That's why I can see why immediately companies are trying to make it for background chatter and stuff like that, right? Because it's something that doesn't need to have much impact or precision. It's purely diegetic, right? I definitely think that's where you're going to see most of it first, is in diegetic, like simple stuff like that. I don't know what all this is, man. Just another sphere thing. Never seems that way. Yeah, definitely think that would be possible. I don't have a grasp of the details of the technology enough. It's definitely more just like a conceptual and philosophical kind of like grounds I'm coming from. We will see. I'm sure we'll all have a better understanding of how it. I think that's one thing that's just kind of happening. Though, is like I don't think anybody really, other than people who are really into like the development of it, don't really know exactly how it all works. So it's very easy to like fearmonger or assume the worst. And maybe that's the right way of taking it. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things where it's like we just don't know exactly. But I think once we start seeing it in practice and we see applications more like kind of truly out there, put into use and stuff, I think people will start to understand a bit more maybe what needs to be done or what's going on. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like, oh man, that'd be crazy, right? If that could just happen, then all of a sudden it's just, you're kind of almost there. It might not be on the level of like, you know, like we're out here doing Blade Runner or something, but to the human eye or some shit, or the human, you know, mind, like, it can get pretty close, right? Let's go turn this into Kakariko. Godo, you didn't get all of the Sage's, Sage upgrades, right? Still have like 6 more I need to find. And I've been skipping over chests in the sky. I just don't feel like checking every chest in the sky right now. I'm about at that point where I'm kind of over the sky too. I'm about at that point where I'm just like, I'm alright, you know. I just want to hit the shrines and that's kind of it. But I mean, it's fine. I'm at that point in the last zone. I'm like, I don't think I want to fuck with it. Wrap up a few quests, hit the last shrines and caves, turn stuff in, and call it good, man. Wow, the Ghost Zelda. This is such boring shit, dude. Christ, man, we already know there's like a fake Zelda from 20,000 different sources. I mean, all you do this for is just to fucking come back and get the 100 rupees. It's just all about Zelda doing nothing. Wow, Raru liked to dance sometimes. He's such a real person. Damn it, that was really worth it. It was interesting lore. Epic. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Maybe I will go get a couple little snacks or something. Made rice and fish today, and it's good. I kind of like something else on the side. Maybe before we do the Guerrilla Collective VOD watch, I'll take like a extra 30-minute break and come back a little snacky. I think that's my plan as we do the Guerrilla Collective VOD they streamed yesterday into the Games Fest, the 3 in a row little conferences. So it'll probably be a good like 8 hours of news shit, but It's like the Gorilla Collective one's like 2.5 hours, although I'll skip through ads and talking and shit. And I think the Double Fine one's an hour or two. And then I imagine the Devolver one's like 20 minutes. Like they usually are. If they're doing the same shit.
Huh?
How is my compendium looking? I would never get all the equipment. I'm surprised we've even gotten this much. Because you have to go get like perfect versions of everything. That would be so grindy. I could probably buy these, but I care. Do you know if this last Misko's quest I have goes in the Highlands or the desert? I'm imagining it's in the Highlands. The one where you gotta like cast the shadow of the 8th statue or something. The desert. What is Hemor's descent? Honestly, I just really don't care. I don't even mind just having the answer for this one. Like I said, I'm just ready to keep jamming. I'm looking just to get there. Just hitting the bare necessities at this point. Thing is, we're probably gonna have like 2 hearts missing. Is there some side quest hearts? Because there's 3 here, and then there's gonna be 1 up here. Is there 2 hearts? Just out there somewhere? There's no way they give you like all the hearts but 2. I just don't believe that. I don't mind knowing that either, honestly. guy in low G is a fucking mess. Here, dude. You're giving me trouble. It's a chest. Not seeing a whole lot here. Starview Island. Is it just chests? That'd be crazy. Like there's gotta be one shrine in here or something, dude. Are they not gonna spawn for me now? Why does it not activate now? before. Okay. And there is a shrine. It just wasn't on the sensor because I guess it didn't exist yet. What's the point of the fucking sensor then, too? Guess it's gotta physically be there. I'm gonna imagine this will be the only shrine up here. Good, are you here right now? I would question if you are. Oh no, he's not here. I know he's not here. He's in an appointment. Shit. Just keep trucking. I was gonna ask him if he knew if the last two hearts were attached to anything, or if you just can't get them before I start doing all the side quests. Cool. Like I said, my goal, all caves, all shrines, and that's it. I've done most of the side quests in this game, and I think I'm about good on the rest of them. The chances one of these is like halfway decent is iffy. You know, getting all the equipment would be nice. I think I've pretty much got all of it. There's probably a few pieces I'm missing. I know there's one Misko one. I mean, I could always just look it up real quick. I also want to get my batteries maxed, but I only need 100 more. I could just do a boss refight for it. But who knows? Maybe I'll find some stuff out here. Don't care about fully upgrading the sages. I'll live if I don't get all the wells. For all I know, I found them all anyways. I'll have to just go turn them in and see. I mean, I've almost got 200 hours of this, I think. I can have whatever fucking stopping point I want. I think we got the full story now. For sure. I do want to go back underneath here. Where is this at? No, I haven't gotten to it yet. Never mind. Maybe I'll try to figure that one out myself then. I really don't care about a lot of these. To the ruins, the wells. A lot of these are just for turning in weapons. Like, this is just for making a weapon. This is just for making a weapon. This is for making a weapon. This is for fighting a Molduga for money. Already done it. The Molduga fight, that is. Just taking pictures. I'm not gonna take pictures for all the stables, although I could turn one of these in. This might be something. To the ruins. Yeah, so there's really nothing there. Side adventures are done. It's pretty much just be Ganondorf. And do the last of the caves, which there's if I remember correctly from the NPC, and what I think we go to, there's 101 gems. I'm at like 98, so there's not many caves left either. I don't know if we can easily spot. Maybe this will activate them. It's like I just want to spot the caves really quickly without having to really run around the whole zone. I don't care about like seeing every inch of Greater Highlands. It's not terribly interesting. Like, I've already got my spots marked for shrines. In the underground. If I can, I wouldn't mind finishing before we're gonna start our deal. I think the quickest way to get my last battery charge would be probably just to do a boss refight. I could fight Goma again. I think I know where Goma would be too. It'd be nice just to get all the charges in Zonine I needed, like, on my way to finishing everything, but unless there's like a big thing here somewhere, I doubt it's happening. there's something in the Yiga clan hideout. Maybe you have to enter from like the usual entrance in the first game, wherever that is, I don't remember.
Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Ah.
What's wrong with this guy, man? How is the Yiga clan so exclusive? And the spikes. I gotta pay for this shit, dude. You think there'd be some charges down here?
Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh.
Paid 500 just to be able to step inside of this thing. Remade. Okay. Yeah, I like how the game makes it seem like it's got a front, like, unified wheel, but even they can't do it.
Oh. Ah? Ah? Oh.
Okay.
Mm.
This guy's is cheap. Why would I buy one of these? How could I couldn't even use it here. They'll just disappear. To even save these to the, like, you think they'd give you the schematic, that's what they do, right? Doesn't even make sense. Don't tell me this was it, man. Just give me like some charges in here or something, man.
Mm. Oh. Ah. Ah. Ah.
The lightning helm.
Oh. Ah. Mm. Ah. 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 Oh. Ah.
Okay. Okay. Is that gonna be it? This is the ultimate thing here. There's some other shit in here. Oh wait, he said I couldn't go past that one area till I did this. So there's probably more past. I mean, I'll get the lightning home, but.
Oh. Ah. 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 Ah.
Why would they tell you about the tree thing right now? Like you already know, man.
Oh.
Redouble your devotion. How do I get farther into this? Oh. I mean, this is cute, but I was really hoping for a charge, man. I fucked the lighting out. I take 100 crystallized charges. I gotta pay for this shit.
Oh.
The earthquake technique. Let's do it, man.
Ah. Ah. Hmm. Ah. Oh.
You can do a charge attack with no weapons. Why is this the only like move in the game? Like the only one that you can actually just do. Bizarre, man.
Ah. Oh. Ah, ah. Ah. Hmm. Oh.
Lightning proof.
Ah. Ah. Oh.
Okay.
Ah.
Okay. How was it? 7:30. We'll see, man. We'll see. Maybe we'll finish. We'll slide right in, man. Take a quick piss. Come back. All right. I'll eat this apple as we go here, so I'm gonna mute the mic. Oh. Sorry about that. Apparently nobody wants to hear me chewing. I require a big one or a small one? Okay, gotta like beat it down here. Just get this up, Aaron. Oh. I don't think this will stay. No. I'm like speed fucking. I'm trying to feel like fucking speed on the rest of this one. I'm like, I can feel the end, man. We're right there. They maybe finish before the news show. I mean, I could definitely finish if we move the gorilla thing to some other time, but why do that? I just fly. What he's in the tower. Oh, big snowballs, man. I don't know where the rest of these caves are. They might not even all be in this zone. Oh, there's one nearby. I might have missed some in the starting areas. I didn't have the detector. Why is there a blessing? My final shrine. I guess because you're supposed to like walk your ass out here. I just flew. Whatever, dude. We're here, man. We're fucking here, brother. We're out here. The final light of blessing. Temple of Time. Will do, boss. max batteries do. Down below. The entrance like here? Most likely. Oh, the light of day. Can I cheese this? I really don't want to do any like waiting for daytime bullshit, man. Will it turn on its lights? Is it not like dark enough? Okay, can we get like daytime? Like morning or what? Now like use it. To the front of this thing. Thing is, where do I get the light from, man? About all the bullshit. evening. I have to just sit here and wait, like, for the perfect moment. Maybe I have to set it up on that hand. Jesus. Why the fuck not? That's not hurt. That's not even on their street. Of course. I did. Fuck out of here. No, you just do that. I was doing all this other crazy shit. Looked like there's like slots. Tingle's hood. Based. There's one more. The big question is it in that area? Probably. I don't know, I want to fly around and find out, but I might have to. And we still gotta find the Booble Gym guy himself, man. I mean, I hope he's still up in the same spot. Which Temple of Time is this nerd talking about? It's farther up. There's just a chest sitting there now. Nothing fancy. Alright. I did look it up. This is max heart. You just missed too. Kind of choose between that or 3 full wheels of stamina. Those that have contained the spirit of a hero who once saved Hyrule, the hero's aura will envelop the wearer. Ancient hero's aspect. Huh? Who? Who? What the fuck is this? What's the lore on this? Great, I get to be a fucking furry, man. Ganondorf furry. I mean, I guess it's something different. I don't know if I care about killing the king, guys. I've already killed one. That might be enough for me. I just want to get to the end. We're like right there. I got one more cave to get. At least I think it's one more. Like, I didn't think I'd be able to finish today, but I think I will. Jesus, dude. Who the fuck did he beat up? Who's he beating up there? Ganon or something? What are we gonna not have Link in the next one? We're gonna be the guy. Oh, Link, it's you. Yeah, clearly. Hey, it's gonna be DLC, dude. Even more lore back in the day. Wait, if you equip this, it's a head, shoulders, knees, and toes, man. What the? Wow. I was like, 12, it's not horrible. Like, oh wait. It's fucking like 3 4s. It is shit. Let me guess, you can't upgrade it. I might go check, we'll see. Eight more to find. I'm good. Thanks though. Fly around, find this last cave, and then I'm gonna go do, I guess, a boss refight to get the last battery, just to have max. Then I'm going to the end of the game, baby. We'll finish this shit within 2.5 hours, hopefully. Bing, bing, boom. I gotta talk about it. Have room for that too. Because I don't know where this cave's gonna be. Is it 101 gems I'm after? 101 booble gems? I think it. Good as at the dentist, you can't tell me. I mean, I've barely explored the zone. So you'd hope it'd be here, but it could be anywhere. In the beginning of the game. That I just happened to stumble upon all the caves, barely looking. It's like, I don't know about that, man. I could look up a map. Just for the last one. If I don't find it here. The yellow battery is I ate a charge on accident, and I think it just fills an extra if you're already at max. To not waste it or something. I'll just never get to the point of using it because it's fucking at the very bottom, right? Prepare all your hottest takes too, man. Once we're done with this shit, and it's full force, dude. I can't believe, man, that was it, man. That we walked up to the castle, fought a mini boss 10 times at once, and that if you go and do the fucking Minru thing early, they barely mention it. She's not even there to talk about it, and they don't even tell you about the Kakariko ring thing. I had to go do that myself just for shits. It's like, man, that was the strongest feeling I had in the game. I did the Thunderhead, yeah. Like 30 minutes to get to it. Like, that was the strongest feeling I had in the game, was finding that early. So I liked that. But on the flip side, it makes the shitty story even worse, man. Like, holy fucking moly. Did you like how all of your friends appeared at the perfect moment to save you from Ganon? And that since they were out of the loop, he made sure to show them how evil he was with his vision. And then they're like, oh, yes, Ganon is very evil, and he is the cause of all of the evil things. Yeah, I figured he'd literally like that. Definitely your speed. The real Kino shit. Yeah, it's like I really liked finding it on my own, and I wish the game was comprised of those kinds of events. Big, interesting, special looking, somewhat involved content, instead of just a bunch of shrines and shit. But on the flip side, they made all of this lead up stuff that sucks if you've already done Minoru, because you already know where it ends. It's not special at all. It's fucking bizarre, man. I just don't know what they were fucking thinking, dude. It's like, do you want it to be linear or not? Yeah. And then let's not even fucking forget about the Zelda dungeon. Wow, dude, it's Hyrule Castle where I have to jump to like 5 different points in the castle and beat up some mobs, man. And then I fight a mini boss 10 times at once. And it even just drops weapons and everything. Like, and that's it. His new attack, he spreads gloom. It's like, really, dude? That was it? I don't even consider that a boss. If they consider that a full temple and boss, it's the shittiest one. Yeah, she doesn't even like lead you. She just jumps to like random fucking points, man. Alright, maybe this guy will tell me where the last cave is. Where is he at usually? What is his name? Region based? I don't even know. Oh, he's in a certain place in each region. Fuck, man, I wouldn't even know. Just use a map. Like, I could run around that zone more, but I'm like, well, that's it, and I'm done, right? Like, I've got like maybe a couple quests, but I don't care. I mean, I'll do the boss refight or whatever to max my batteries, but yeah, is there a Satori tree around here? Will this one work for that? It might. It might work for the Highlands. How many Booble gems do you need at the end here? 101? That's what I'm trying to find out. Oh no, there's 100. He eats 47. I think I'm done. I think I just gotta go find him. Maybe? Gotta find the dude. Oh, I just got spoiled on what happens. Awesome. Why did they put that on the thing? And whatever, didn't matter that much. They didn't tell me I got all of the cave, but maybe they just don't until you turn them in. Where is he at? Is he just like... Okay, he's right here. He does sit here. I love all of your friends come in at the last second to save you, and then they're like, "Ooh, the Ganon guy. This guy is insane." One. Where is he? There is 101. Okay. Luckily, this guide is wrong. They said there's 147, and he eats 47, which means there's 100 left. It's probably in the Highlands if I've been consistent enough. I love information online. Being wrong. My favorite thing. I really don't want to do a boss refight. I mean, I don't have to get max batteries, but I'd rather do it. But it's the easiest way to get like 100 charge real quick. Since I'm like at 183 and I could buy 20 right now. I can't spend the rest of my Zonite really, it's not enough to get 100. Hopefully this Satori tree actually activates that area. I don't know if there is one in the Highlands. God, I hate this fucking Goron bastard, man. Okay. Oh yeah, that'd be fine. I would have saved a picture of the Satori tree map in my game if they let me block pictures in. That would work. Like technically I've seen it, right? I don't have a big problem with it. See if this one works though. I doubt it, but really love you still can't get 2 full rows of hearts. Thanks, boss. It doesn't look like there's one up there. I'm hoping this one just worked for that. I didn't see one while I was exploring over there, but I was like, man, I don't. By the time I'd eyeball it, I'd probably be already too late. Yeah, man, I'm just hoping the Bublefrog sensor's enough. Yeah, the Highlands, I'm just like, it's not very interesting. I'm like super tapped out at this point. I'm just want to finish the fight and try to finish the game within the next 2 hours. Yeah, I did the Yiga camp. I even went into their HQ and got the Thunder Helm. I even got the move. You get a move, or if you don't have anything equipped, you can shoot a shockwave out. I'm like, why is the game not full of shit like that? That's so stupid. Like pure ass, man. Yeah, I just did that not too long ago. If it's not in the Yiga, if it's not in the Highlands, I'll just look up a map for the last one. And then I found all the other caves, right? Because I would like to go to the store and grab a little snack. I mean, I don't have to. It would be nice, but I'd want to still be able to finish the game and talk about it. I mean, it's like we could do the Guerrilla Collective thing tomorrow. Either way, I'm gonna try to finish this today. But I'd rather get it all done now. Like I said, there's probably a cave at the very beginning of the game that I missed. This place is so large. I wish he only showed ones you haven't already gotten the booble in. It's so pointless that he shows them despite that, because they'd already be on your map. I already got that one too. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, it's cool that there is ways to, like, help you find shit, and it's cool that there's, like, cross-referencing the depths and shit, but on the flip side, they just tell you where everything is, and then it turns into kind of like something akin to an Ubisoft thing, where you just kind of know exactly where everything is, and the process of finding it doesn't matter. On the flip side, we're on like 50 flips right now. It's not a huge deal because you are re-exploring the map. I don't want to take it slow. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I mean is like, it's just not a very tight experience there. Like on one side it's like, yes, I appreciate being able to know where things are easier. On the other side it kind of ruins some of the adventure and like discovery. But like after so long in the game, you're like, you do welcome it. And once that it's kind of broken, you kind of just keep rolling with it. Yeah, I don't know where this is. I don't think it's in the Highlands. I'm missing one fucking cave somewhere. And I'm sure as shit not running through the whole map, so I'll have to find a map cave. Or a picture full of all the caves. I do not want to go through the whole game again. I mean, it's most likely a cave in a place that I didn't have the shrine sensor, but that could be like, you know, anything in this diagonal strip. Because there's some caves that unless you are using the Satori thing, which I didn't use it that much until the end here. Fucking God, Jesus. But like there's some caves that are like ultra hidden that without the Satori or the shrine sensor you probably wouldn't even find. So there's probably something goofy like that hiding somewhere. How is there not one more cave in this zone, dude? I was like, oh, for sure, one more. There's gotta be one here. Not even, dude. Right, let me see if I can find one. Yeah, it's super boring. This is what I mean, is like, why didn't they just make really cool shit happen in areas that didn't have much, alongside the areas that did have stuff in the first one? You can have cool stuff in every zone. Instead, the boring ones are still boring. The only, like, new thing in a side area is that in Pharaon there's a fucking Thunderhead thing that leads down to below. And Zelda has, like, a tier in Akala to wrap it up. Like, there's nothing in this area, hardly. There's nothing in the Highlands, hardly. I mean, you don't even fight the Yiga in this one there, like you did, at least in the last. There's some towns in the other zones, but it's like, yeah, they're so barren. And I'd have no idea which maps I'm missing, or which caves I'm missing. I'll check the ridge here. Okay, we're good there. How about over here, man? Oh. Good old Death Mountain. At least 1,000 caves in fucking Death Mountain. Meanwhile, this entire Cliff Highlands area has like 3. What the fuck? gentlemen. Nope. Was this the mining like ride area? I never ended up finding that. I didn't stay around. What is it? I don't even want to mess with it. Is it just like a shooting range on a minecart? Yeah, that's about what I figured. That's why I kind of forgot about it. I was like, it's probably just some really basic shit. I mean, it's probably fun, but it's probably not so fun that I'm gonna bother, and there's sure as shit no reward for it. So everything's just rupees. There's a million ways to get rupees. Oh. I talked to the chick who wanted to find out about Garonia all the time, but I thought Garonia was supposed to be like she just had canned dialogue that never like restarted. Oh, is he gone, dude? How do I even find him, dude? I have to just keep resting until he shows up? Yeah, I kept talking to the lady the reporter who wanted to find Garonia. Oh, he's always at night. Okay, shit. I've only gone to him like 3 times. So that's good to know. Okay. I love when I aim and then I pick the fire fruit and it just doesn't work. But yeah. I talked to her about it. I thought Garonia was just the fire temple. I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess she doesn't have anything more for me. They mentioned the minecart like mini game, and I was like, okay, well, I'll look around Death Mountain to find it, and never really did find it, so I just kind of moved on. Wasn't too worried about it. Fabric. He did it, man. He turned into something. Did he lose his mind? That's probably the most emotional thing in the whole game, dude. He's just pretty much fucking dead, man. Turned into a deal. Go tell his brother. That's the only thing with any bite in this whole fucking game, dude. He doesn't even turn into exactly what he wants, man. It's one of those like, should he even have done it kind of things, right? Or you're kind of like mixed on it. Meanwhile, the main, I mean, not that it's like fucking amazing writing or anything, but like at least it's got something interesting happening. Or meanwhile, you get like the main story and it's just like fucking constant bullshit. Let's give this to his brother. They're so focused on fashion in this. There's so many glider fabric. Oh, my shit's falling all over the place. Oh well. Take his stall to his favorite place.
Ooh.
I don't know where that is. Maybe you can see him again. Jesus, dude. Man, his brother's fucking dead. He's gone. He's gone, man. Like a Godspeed, man. Jesus. Let me stop by the house. Grab my shit for the future battle. Oh no, we'll go underground and fight a boss refight. I don't remember where the one I wanted to fight was. Was it this? All I want to do is just fight Goma. It's not like the worst thing ever, and it's pretty easy. Just one Goma, buy the other charge set I need, and then boom. Going straight down the barrel to the end of the game, man. I'm putting on the fucking Majora's Mask. We're just walking through everybody. Just enough of this shit to fucking finish. That went really fast. Yeah. Well, you know, if I could just do it once, like, why not just do it again, man? Oh no, I never put one on my bow. Can you? You can't, like, take them with you. Oh, kill a flux construct with your bow. Maybe? Probably. I don't remember anything special happening. If there was something really special, then I probably would have remembered it. I shot a bunch of them. I don't know if I finished one with a bow. Why do they like have a special explosion animation or some shit or? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna be using those in the final fight. I'm whipping out that ×5, baby. Like a bum, 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 bum. I don't care how hard I fucking destroy it, man. That's on the game, dude. All this prep, all this shit I've gotten. I'm gonna fucking pussy out on it. Yeah. Amazing. Really? I mean, I've killed bosses,
Oh. Oh.
Yep. Oh, I forgot to go get this shit from my house. I've killed bosses before their health bar popped up, like the Hinoxes. If you just prep like a huge fucking spear attack, they just are dead. Yeah, I'm not sure why they're separate. It's just like the personality of a plank of fucking wood. But then they still add more people who have very little to do. They wanted an NPC for like every possible side thing you can do. But because some of them are so shallow or don't have that much to them, they just end up having a couple things to say. And my thing is like, that's how the old Zelda games are, but they're much shorter. The characters are much more memorable on the short term because they are usually very expressive and crazy, or they're governing like really fun little goofy mini games or something. But like some of these characters, like I'm just the guy who stands there and looks at the ring ruin. I'm like, what the fuck? Yona? Is that the guy I was just mentioning? Is that his name? Oh, no, I don't remember Yona. Oh, you could just buy stuff now? Okay. Oh. They're like, yeah, we gotta get new characters in, man. I feel like they just wanted him to have a wife so that people wouldn't do gay things with fucking Link. Man, I feel like they were like secretly like, I didn't like them shipping Sidon and Link fan art. So like, oh yeah, he's got a wife. He's got a wife. Like, I don't even know why it's there otherwise. Like, it's just so stupid. The Queen of the Silver. Dude, I love that they introduce new characters like that, and then like Tulin and shit too, and then like they have like 2 minutes of story, and it's like somehow overly wordy and dramatic still within those like 2 minutes of story. And they try to have these like little mini arcs for each of them, and it's just like, it's so poorly done, man. Just every time I even fucking hear any of the dialogue, I'm just like, really, man? Like this? I can't be arsed with this house either, man. I don't give a fuck. Just like a Goku mod? Or is it just the coloring? What is this house? This is the Madman house? confusing home ever made. What the fuck is happening there? I don't know how you do all that with 15 parts, man. Cool cooking system. I don't know how many more I can make.
Oh. 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 Oh.
It's good for you. Okay, time to end the game. I think I've done everything I planned on doing. I missed 8 wells, didn't do a couple side quests. Only got almost half the Korok. Assuming there's 1,000.
Yes. Ah. Check it.
I assume I'm just supposed to go back down there and then beat them up. That's it, right? Shame there wasn't a warp down there. Like all the way down there. Oh, whatever. And we got this much equipment too. A lot of fucking equipment in this game. Questionable amount of equipment in this game, I would say. For how useless a lot of it is and how much micromanagement it introduces. Why am I picking these up? I don't know why I give a fuck. Where's the exit to this bad boy? I've already seen down to the bottom, so I mean, luckily it was at the beginning of my playthrough 170 hours ago, so it won't completely destroy the immersion of going down here, I suppose. But what's up, yep? Frame drops? Oh, just the in-game? Yeah, it's... doesn't always run the best. Yeah. Sometimes, it's usually fine, but yeah, it's got some hits for sure. The power of a sage cannot reach you. Huh? Why do I need sages when I got Hoverbite? Gentlemen? At least they remember all this shit that was broken. Wow, lore, cool. Well, we made it. Time for the end. Probably. Is it just me, or did Ganon have, despite barely being an Ocarina of Time, have more presence than that than in this shit, man? I mean, he really is just a mummy at the beginning. He's in a couple of cutscenes where he's like overly goofy, making poses. And maybe he'll have something here, but like fucking hell, man. I mean, he was definitely better in like Wind Waker. And I like his fights in Twilight Princess, but it's a lot even shows up in that. Wow, would have been cool if I didn't already see this. Right? I mean, at least we gotta go back. I'll whip out the cool guy sword. I'm in shield. So I'm really hoping that it's not just the sages down here. I'm hoping it's like everybody. Alright, brother. It'd be cool if there's like a bunch of people. And the music here in the set, the build-up's cool. It's just like, geez, after all this time, I'm just like, yeah, let's go, man. I have to fight these ones solo.
You don't have to fight all by yourself, you know?
Wow, my friends are here. How did they get down here?
When we fight together.
Oh my god, these characters are so good. He's like slow-mo, showing them off.
I'm gonna make my ancestors proud today, Link. I'll fight by your side.
Wow, it's the guy. He's my favorite guy.
Link, we shall protect Hyrule together.
They really thought they had some really awesome characters here, man. You gotta have some cool ass characters to pull off my friends or my power or let's fight together thing. Otherwise it just comes across as goofy.
The Gerudo owe you for your help. You can count on
Why is it so loud? Beep bop beep beep.
Atone for my past failure. It is time to stop the Demon King.
Wow. Nice pose. I should have put these on earlier. Not the one I wanted, but okay. Okay. Like, where's some Lionels? Or anything? Where did I drop that? I just drop another one, I guess. Oh, yeah, actually, I took it at him for me. Zombie men. He looks kind of cool. It doesn't really make me think of Zelda at all, but it's kind of like not bad regardless. It's more like not near nothing, but makes me think of like a different game. That's cool stuff. Moblins. Die. Well, they can't do much worse than the final boss of Breath of the Wild. I mean, the boss, I guess, before the goofy phase was fine.
It means but one thing: the Demon King is there. Huh?
We'll stay behind, right?
more obstacles in our path.
like how you can just resummon these.
We are fated to fight these beasts.
We are fated to fight these beasts. Class. What do they call this? There's a name for this. It was popularized in like, was it Saint Seiya? I don't even remember what it is. Where like you have to keep continuously leaving somebody behind all the way up to the it's like one of the oldest tropes in the book, man.
We already beat them once. This'll be a breeze for sure.
Yeah, but you guys didn't do any of it.
The rest is up to you.
Okay. Haven't even broke off like one weapon yet. Oh, it just had me face that. For old times. Yeah, Tolan can pull it off, I suppose. The others, Alright, we ready for full immersion here, baby? He's out. I promise. Yeah, it's fucking, that happens in JoJo's for sure. Somebody's gotta get left behind. Is he juicing up? Is he strong now?
How disappointing. This world should be shrouded in darkness, not bathed in insufferable light. All these weak, peace-loving cowards running rampant. It would have been more satisfying to overcome a worthy foe.
He's just chilling in his cave the whole game? Is he gonna at least like gain skin back? I guess so. He had a fucking water.
Regardless, I will reshape this world as it was meant.
He sounded better when he was a zombie
Crush
with all the
any
filters.
opposition. I will rule. That is what a king must do.
Whoa, the menace unleashed. God, it's so over the top, man.
Do not look away.
All of this fucking melodramatic anime shit. Somehow mocked by
You witness a
Wind
king
Waker
of
Ganondorf saying one somewhat emotional thing, man. After getting BTF'd.
and the birth of his new world.
Whoa. Okay. Yeah, that's the sword I'm using. Well, not right here, but this one. Not this one. This one.
So
My fucking machine like dropped on him. Oh, wait. I guess he uses all of his Phantom Ganon shit. Club, a spear, and a fucking sword.
what a feeling. I'd almost forgotten the thrill of
feeling his blood surges in my
He's just really stopping to talk.
I am not even near the limits of my power.
God, he was cooler than Twilight Princess too, man. It's gonna at least be Ganon. Oh, he's just going sicko mode. I guess we already fought Ganon in the first one. The fucking health bar. Are they kidding me with this cheesy shit? Whoa! The health bar! It's just like one of my other crazy games.
Enjoy these fun moments. I will be taking far more than you're on this time.
My friends are here.
Show the Demon King who's boss, will you?
Yeah, I'll do a little melee. I was like, this shit's too good, man. But it's just fun. How busted it is. If they let me half fight him again. Please use our fusion system, but also it's way too good. Okay, he just dodges your shit. It is cute. And he does it, yeah.
Stand in my way.
Yeah. He's just gonna eat it. Zelda did it. I mean, there's no reason to take it off otherwise.
Mind everything. Sacrifice it all to destroy you. And cast this world into eternal night.
Where are they? Is Zelda gonna come help us like at the end of the other game? I mean, I guess Zelda's always there at the end of each of these. No, I would just mean like you hear them talking, but they're nowhere in the ground in that cutscene. I was like, where the fuck are they? Maybe they got away on the dragon, dude. Looting. You beat Calamity Ganon. This is real Ganon. Underneath the castle. Now he's Dragon Ganon. They just wanted you to fight like an Eastern dragon. Hey man, let me go. Zelda. Dragon v Dragon. Damn, these dragons are fast. Double that, man. They've been saving up power. Will this be cool or will this be lame as fuck, dude? It's not hard to beat the first game. It's so loud. Jesus, I apologize. You think you can really take my 5-shot Savage Lionel bow, complete with Gibdo tips? God damn, they just cranked that volume to like double, man. We'll see what happens. I mean, I won't use it if it's... unless that's the whole point. Let's hope it's not a gimmick thing where you just shoot beams, right? Unless it's cool. Maybe it's cool. I mean, you need full health to use that shit. Hold on, Zelda. See you, Zelda. Zelda, you're blocking my shots. Oh. Bombs? Maybe have to get on his back. Yeah, looks like it. And he's not the best at aiming, is he? I'm out of stamina, Zelda. Help me. Okay, I got stamina again. Well, it's better than the last fight of the first game, that's for sure. I mean, it's not very hard to beat that, though. At least this actually uses the diving and the gliding and all that shit. I mean, it might just be a glorified weak point smack, but... Try head tooling right now, bros. Sama, please save me. Zaldo. Help me. Yeah, I need to, indeed. Didn't really do a whole lot then, does it? You can't go that straight down. Trusting in Zelda to not job. I know it's a crazy thought. Which actually gives me a little too much. Colgera felt like it was a little bit more non-stop than this. Well, there's quite a bit of spectacle. Like some final face hit. I like Zelda better like this. She just gets shit done as a dragon. No speaking. Might give me a set. Thanks. Damn, we didn't even break one weapon. Your secret stone. Give it to me. Can you just leave it forever, like in the first game? I'm not gonna do it. I think you could just sit on it forever, and then he auto does it. Press Y to kill. Jesus. Fucking Star Fox smart bombed. Well, I hope nobody was down there. I hope he chose to die in a... Thank you for the main quest completion, dude. What's with the goofy shit, man? The health bar doubling and shit. Like, that shit can be fun in some games and shit, but it just doesn't match the vibe, dude. Press X to win. That kind of shit. It was a fine enough fight, though. I mean, there's not much to say about the part underneath. It was cool he dodges your ship. But you just get too strong in this. They try to make it so that anybody could win, right? So you end up being way overpowered. Even halfway try. But the set piece fight was better than the first games for sure. Oh yeah, Faustum. Yeah, which is pretty lame. I'd still say the best hand-to-hand Zelda fight, or Ganon fight was it Twilight Princess? Where he actually like blocks shit and fucks around and stuff. Wind Waker's is fun, but it's a bit more gimmicky. That's my favorite Ganondorf, but the Ganondorf fights, whatever. Who are these people? We'll bring back Zelda because we can do that. Oh, I know who they are. I'm just joking around. That they're shit characters. They're the founders of Hyrule. Alien guy from space, Rauru, and Queen Sonia. Both dead, but I guess they're here in the spirit. And can still save Zelda from being a dragon. Well, he got his arm back too, because fuck it. The fierce deity boots. My man looking like he's about ready to hit a porno shoot with them jeans. Let's go. Oh, it's quiet now. Or it's building up. Can I just let her go? Yeah, I gotta go home. Oh damn, we're like actually falling. It's not infinite. Not this Zelda, dude. He dropped yet? What happens if he just don't? The epic move. We gotta save Zelda. The music just keeps repeating. Like that would imply I care, man. Yeah, what happens, dude? Yeah, I'm guessing you have no choice. Get the hell away from me, Zelda. Hey, Koji Kondo's music. I'm glad we're using that again. Yeah, you just infinitely fall. You can see the world's not moving. No. No, you just sit here. Damn, the bulge though, my dude. Shit. Alright, let's go. Where is she? Wow. I got you, Zelda. Reach. Press A to save the worst character. Jesus, really, dude? The full shebango? I'm really grabbing her. Sorry, I'm Scrooge McDuck on this shit. I've not liked the story in this one, so it's hard to be too invested in That we did the cool video game QTE thing. Didn't hate the fight though, the set piece fight. I think it was a little repetitive, I guess, but it was properly big. I feel like Colgera felt more fun to actually fight. It was cool diving through like glass and still shooting him. I like that they gave you control, sure, yeah. If it was, the moment is fine. The story though makes it kind of not, and the character makes you not really care. But if it was like a different game with like a stronger thing, it would have been fine, right? It's that it's like the shittiest Zelda and a completely dog shit story. It's like hard to really get invested in like saving her, right? You're like, ugh. Yeah, it would have been cool for sure. Like the idea of it's fine. Like big health bar shit, I love that in like action games like a Metal Gear Rising or something. Like, I don't hate the idea of it. It's just kind of goofy in this when it's already like, it doesn't really own it. Because the story's already kind of shit. They try to do the cool thing.
After all. He's gone. The Demon King. I'm not in a dream, right?
I wish we... Oh no, you're in a nightmare.
You did it.
I'm in a nightmare.
Oh, Link, you really did it.
I'm staring at you. Like, I got no shirt. Deus Ex Machina saved you. It also gave us back our arm.
I understand. I had been sleeping all this time. But when I felt something...
Why did Raru remove his shirt? Like they wanted to show that his arm came back, but they had to like for some reason leave him shirtless for it. So where was the light dragon during the first game? I like how Zelda was waiting for 100 years and also waiting for 100,000 years at exactly the same time in Breath of the Wild.
Link, I met such wonderful people. I saw Hyrule as it was.
Yeah, I saw the same Hyrule I did in the last game.
I have so much to tell you.
Guess you got the better end of the bargain.
Happened. Oh, Link, I'm home.
No. No, I've seen the memories, I'm good. Man, they're really Zelda obsessed in this story, huh? Jesus Christ, man. It is all about fucking, yeah, it's a time. It is like Zelda, 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 fucking non-stop, dude, it's crazy. But she's so bad. How the, like... They even ended on her? He made such a sacrifice, man. He turned into a dragon and got saved. I didn't even need the Master Sword to beat him. I should have beat him with some fucking Moblin's asshole attached to a stick. Yeah, you say that, but most Zelda games don't even have Zelda, or she's in it for 5 seconds. I don't have a problem with focusing on Zelda if she was good. I really don't like her in this at all. Fujibayashi. He did the Oracle game. Which ones did he do? What does Aonuma do? Does he just produce these? Or does he just talk about them? Is he like the businessman? I don't know. Yeah, man. It's just a shame that those last bits of story there, so much of that hinges on how much you like Zelda. And the build up into those scenes, like on their own, those kinds of goofy gamey things where the health bar is going up and you're doing QTs and diving like that, that's fine. But man, yeah, it ends up feeling like it just cannot own it because of like Foundation being bad. The fight itself, I don't think it goes down as one of the greats. It's definitely big budget crazy, but I mean, you're essentially just diving for a really long time, shooting 3 separate weak points, and you already do that with Colgera. But that one you at least dive like through them, and it's got like nice glass breaking feedback, and he's warping around doing shit. Ganon doesn't really do anything, he just shoots off a couple balls into the distance. So sadly, it kind of feels like a worse thing. If Colgera didn't exist, I'd probably like this one more, but you already have like a diving fight. It's even worse. What, did they not even hurt you or something? Nidra's secret boss fight. What is this? This is like post game? Or can you just do this whenever? And this is just a refight, essentially. Oh god, I don't even remember this in Breath of the Wild. I thought you were linking this. I was like, I don't remember this. Yeah, I mean in this one he's like snaking in between the trees and all that shit. Is it just that it's reusing the AI, or that it's less interesting, or what? In this game? Yeah, no, they're very similar. No, I don't think I like it better than most Ganon fights. Yeah, dragon with big weak spots. But this one, it's like you just dive for a really long time and have almost no opposition or any maneuvers you have to do to test all the skills you've gained. You just go. At least that fight looks like you have to actually dodge some shit. I haven't done it in so long, I don't remember. Yeah, this one was just kind of like a little dull. It was big set piece in a cool way there, but mechanically it was really whatever. Dragon, like, Ganon spins around a lot. At the end there, he's spinning around doing shit, but he doesn't do anything. Like, even then, Colgera at least had a wall of tornadoes, right? Like, try to hit you. Hardest enemy is still a single Lynel. Taking more damage from Bokoblins than Ganondorf. Well. Yeah, fusing is way too strong for the difficulty of the final fight there. They could have just made it so like you couldn't fuse or something, like to your bow, or like just gave him more health. I don't know. Obviously they tried to make it so he could dodge shit. But it's already very bow heavy because of that anyway, so. I don't know, I feel like stuff like Twilight Princess where it's like, it's the beast form, which is cool. Then it's horseback fighting. Then it's like hand-to-hand fighting. And that's all after you did a Phantom Zelda puppet thing. It's like, that shit's kind of cool. And it's not like piss easy. Like 3 phases of like Puppet Ganon and Wind Waker, followed by like a decent like little finale after like the Kino lines of dialogue or whatever. Like, there's some good ones, man. I even just like the presentation and stuff of like Ocarina of Time's better. Like this one's got like some cool stuff going on, and the music gets all big and crazy. It's definitely got the most just raw, just like excitement just always happening. But mechanically it's not super interesting. It'd be one of those like, you know, if you ever replayed it, you wouldn't be like super pumped to fight him. It would just be kind of like a just about getting caught up in the really loud music and all that shit. It doesn't help that this Ganondorf is kind of like lame. I know how you felt about this guy. Like, yeah, usually Ganondorf's kind of just like the evil guy because he's evil, but he doesn't have like that much dialogue. He's got more of like a, I wouldn't say a swagger, but I mean, like he's just got like, I mean, you know, like Ocarina of Time, he's like on the organ with like the long hair, and he's flying. He's got stained glass all around him. There's a bit more of like a style to it, despite him just being the evil guy. You know, you get the Koji Kondo music and stuff too. This one felt very cheesy. He's just kind of like smirking all the time, making little poses, showing off. And he's just like, I'm the evil guy. I don't think it had the style to make up for being generic. You know, the handshake. His hand. I don't consider Ganondorf like this godly, bad, evil guy or anything, but I don't think they sold me on him very well in this one. Once again, like with most of the story and the characters, I would have just preferred something a little bit more reserved, focused on just like strong moments and like like more focused on atmosphere and like nice little scenes here and there, not just like heavy dialogue and like characterization done through, you know, like a script or something. Like in the old ones and stuff, like it's mostly just really strong like visual characterization. Like they look fun, they're very expressive, they have a few strong, you know, moments, they'll say some shit, and like mostly the atmosphere and the gameplay just does the talking. I feel like this one tries to push the story a little bit more. You're getting a lot more full cutscenes, a lot more dialogue. And I just don't think it kind of works out. I mean, I'm fine with the idea of them doing more of a long form, like, voice story. But, like, I don't think they sell it, man. The story is so bad in this, dude. The really overly wordy dialogue, super cheesy, overly dramatic, in a game that's taking itself pretty fucking seriously. Where normally the gameplay's just walking around like chill and like, you know, landscapes and shit. Yeah, I don't know. The reversed audio thing reminds me of the Twili or whatever from the Twilight Princess. Which is why a lot of people thought that was going to tie in, but... My epilogue. Why is she here? She didn't do anything.
I can't believe such an impressive landmass can float in the sky.
God, their voice.
Just when I thought I'd started to figure the Zonai out.
Everyone. I am glad I was
Yeah,
able
Pyrrha
to
literally
bring
just
you all
stood
here.
there.
I wanted to share this view.
He gave
of
them a
Hyrule
place to
without you.
fucking just sit.
Whoa! I've never been this far
Insane.
up before, Goro.
Goro.
What a sight it is. And Zelda, you were roaming the skies all along?
Yes, although I don't really remember. I never thought I would actually stand here again.
This is only a theory, but Raru's power of light and Sonia's time power. For Zelda to transform back, they both must have channeled.
Are they really gonna explain it? Right now? Who cares,
I
dude?
see.
It's already bullshit in the first place. Please don't even attempt to explain it. They channeled their powers through the link. What, they're still alive 100,000 years later? How are you gonna answer that? She at least had the spirit powers, right?
Now it seems it is my time.
Minoru!
Dude, we barely knew
Do
this
not
chick.
worry. You have overcome the burden my era left to you. You have proven yourself, and you no longer need me. I know I can move on, join Rauru and the others, and the world will be safe.
Why are they sad? They don't even know her.
Those of us gathered here swear on our lives to
Jeez.
support
Again, man, there's this shit, dude. They did that in the fucking flashback thing, didn't they? What the fuck is this, right?
to support Princess
They're still going. Although you're amazing. That was cheesy back then, too.
Rauru and Sonia will be happy to hear of this.
Children deserve better. Yeah.
But Minoru!
And I'll let them know just how much you care.
Just fucking go already, Jesus Christ. She barely was a fucking character, man. Who cares, man? She did have the funniest scene in the game, though.
Thank you all.
Can I have your stone recliner, Minoru? Are they going back to space? Is she gonna shed some tears of the kingdom?
King Rauru, Queen Sonia, Minoru. The ancient sages. They wished not only to save Hyrule from the Demon King, but for it to see eternal peace. I will dedicate myself to
That
that goal.
texture. Maybe don't show that off. She says that, but she
Now,
dedicated
and for
herself
all
to
time.
looking through fucking ruins in the beginning of the game.
My friends, with all of your strength, stand with me.
It just breaks off. Oh shit. Balls. I think it'd be okay. Same with the bird guy. Jesus. The load, man. That's the true ending? Oh, you can just not get it if you... Oh, all tiers and temples? Okay. Wow. Minoru lives otherwise, right? Shit. So, what'd you guys think of the story for starter? let's start running through the different facets of the game. Is there any sound? I guess I'll just go somewhere else. I mean, most Zelda games are really good. And why is there no screen music? Like, what the fuck? I mean, this one's still good. I like this one overall, but it's got a lot of fucking issues, dude. And I definitely do not feel as strong about it as I did the first game. Yeah, I mean, the game doesn't have a lot of story, but what's there is not very good. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess I could say my piece on the story. I mean, I already have a bit, but, you know, if you guys want to say your piece, if anybody has anything to say on it, by all means. Yeah, I definitely did not think the story was good. Well, definitely one of the worst. Is it the worst Zelda story? I mean, most Zelda stories are all about atmosphere and, like, kind of just more visual characterization and kind of quirky characters, or, you know, like little themes pervading everything, like a Majora's Mask, and not really about like heavy dialogue and big sweeping epic stuff going on, you know. And there's nothing wrong with them trying to do that, but I think, like I said, the overly wordy dialogue, the extremely tropey, overly dramatic, kind of like generic, almost anime feel to a lot of this stuff. How the story is told mostly through like disjointed flashbacks, and it's hinging on you liking characters that just really don't get a whole lot of interesting development. They're just too nice, man. Like that's their thing. Like Ganondorf's not that fun or charismatic. Like it's just kind of a failure in like most parts for me story-wise. Breath of the Wild story wasn't good either, but I think I like this one less story-wise. At least Breath of the Wild, like the calamity and all that felt like it was an actual like thing you could kind of be engaged with. Like it felt like there was a big threat. There was things going on that you'd have to stop. It gave a little agency and a little, or I don't say agency. It set the scene a little better. Or in this one, like, I mean, Ganon's barely there. They're just like essentially right out that the first story even existed. It's way too focused on just Zelda in this past world and shit. I don't think it sets the scene quite as good, and I don't think Breath of the Wild's shit was great either, but yeah, it definitely does not do much for the exploration. A lot of repetitive cutscenes. After every temple you get the same cutscene with voiced by somebody else, just odd shit like that. Like I said, how they just kind of like not retcon the last game, but just act like it literally doesn't exist and that Link doesn't know anything about it. People are like fan theorizing apparently that like like because she went back in time it like erased it or something from happening. They still mention it in game, so like a couple times, so I don't think that's it. The idea behind it, I imagine, is to make this game as accessible as possible to anybody who didn't play the first one, but it gives the world less sense of importance and like development, right? Like you're supposed to be like meeting the friends you knew in the last game. They're horrible characters, but then like they act like nothing ever happened, so it's just, but not completely. It's just kind of like very poorly done. It's very inelegant. And like I said, on top of that, just the writing itself is just bad. The fucking voice acting. I don't know, like I'm not saying these voice actors can't do good work, but the general direction and just the really flat fucking deliveries are just not feeling them, man. I'm not feeling Matt Mercer's Ganondorf. It's not like he's got much material to work with either, but it just kind of sounds like they're just doing their usual thing. And I feel like in a game that's as big a deal as like, you know, your Zeldas and stuff, like maybe something that sounded a little more unique, kind of like they do with some, you know, movies where they try not to cast any like known people or A-listers or anything to not draw attention to that kind of stuff. I feel like that might have been the call. especially in a series that generally doesn't have voice acting. So yeah, it was a little distracting hearing like random Octopath VAs coming out of people, and especially with the shitty dialogue and the shitty, I mean, mostly shitty delivery. I mean, like, that's the thing, like Zelda still sucks, but like, but we're supposed to care a lot about Zelda in this one, and somehow characters like Tetra managed to be way more charismatic, despite having like big problems with their story by the end. And this entire one does with like 2 full games of story that are very focused on her. I think most of the like story areas in this are kind of weak too. They'll introduce new characters like Tulin, have them go through an arc in like 2 minutes and act like we care. Superly bombastic, over the top cutscenes to like, you know, cap it all off, and it just feels very unearned and just not entertaining. Not a huge deal at the end of the day because the story is a small amount of the game. I do think it does inform the adventure in some capacity. It does set it up, so like it does matter. Like if I was more into the atmosphere and the story, my purpose and going out and exploring and stuff would be, I'd feel stronger about it. It'd be there in the back of the mind, so yeah. I guess that's kind of my thoughts on the story. There's a lot more to talk about, but I don't know if you guys got anything on that. The bigger problems with the game I have are not just in the story. I think overall I like the game, right? Of course. I like it better than most of your AAA open world bullshit. It's built off of, you know, good innovation, introduces lots of cool new things. I think overall, just to be general, to start it off, I didn't get as strong of a feeling of like a unique feeling or feeling of, you know, like adventure or anything that I did in the first game, and I think that's what was really good about the first game, is that freedom and agency, but like that there was always something cool to find in essence. This game does have the freedom and all that, but I feel like it's less tight in its vision. There's a lot of introducing of mechanics that are nice, but like the degree of freedom you get with some of them, like the builds are kind of off. A lot of unchanged things like the gear, the kinds of rewards you get out in the world, that they're reusing the map, that the new maps are kind of just like little side things. That they show you pretty much where everything is on the map to go get. It's less about like finding it, more about just doing it. It kind of reminds me a little bit more of like an Ubisoft type of thing, where it's more about the content and not the journey always. Much better than any Ubisoft thing, but yeah. So I had some problems with that. We can dig into that if you guys want to talk about any of it. If you guys want to talk about anything on this game, by all means, just bring something up if you'd like. You don't have to, but it's always easier to steer it that way. Otherwise, I'm just kind of keep picking apart random things. We've talked pretty in depth about a lot of it, but yeah. Point is, I feel like in general, it does not capture a strong enough feeling and does not like surprise. I don't think they go hard enough, honestly, with the kind of content they fill the game with. For it being more focused on content and not just the journey feeling that the first one had, I feel like the content could be a lot better. I think the temples are few. Once again, there's like 4 temples. Technically, there's the Spirit Temple. We could count that. I don't count Hyrule Castle or anything like that. So it's still almost the exact same, or close to it, amount of content. The main content is the first game, right? What is this? What's that? You can take a picture of him and fucking put it in the diorama. That's funny. That's pretty good. That's the fastest I sent something on this screen. I don't remember what I was saying. Yeah, I think the temples are pretty subpar still. They're, I guess, better than the Divine Beasts. I think the Divine Beasts were more of clever ideas because of how you could manipulate the entire thing, and the puzzle was more focused on climbing the entire beast and moving it around, which I thought was novel. The problem with the Divine Beasts is they look all the same. The bosses are bad, and they're kind of samey in how you solve a lot of them. And there's not much like mechanical stuff you mess around with that's fresh each time. I think the temples in this look a little better, have a bit more going on when it comes to mechanics and all that stuff. And the bosses are much better. But they're still pretty subpar compared to most stuff in the series. They're very formulaic. 3 to 4 fucking doohickeys per dungeon you have to activate that they hold your hand and tell you all about. A sage power that's essentially just used as a lock and key. Very little interconnectivity. It's usually just like a central bit, like I said. There's a few like the Spirit Temple where you'll actually use that central area to like open up and fuck with the other bits. You know, stuff like the Fire Temple, you can fuck around with that a little bit. It's not, doesn't have as much of a central area that branches off, but it can be easily broken 50 ways to Sunday. And it doesn't feel like it's, I feel like for those dungeons, you have to not use your powers to enjoy them. Or I feel like at least in like Breath of the Wild, like they were made with you doing everything in mind, right? In this, you have to like kind of make yourself have fun, and it feels just much more poorly designed. That, and like I said, I don't think the atmosphere, the theming of the dungeons is very strong. There's almost no new enemies in any of them. No mid-bosses, no nothing. There's Gibdos, and that's one of the reasons the Spirit Temple is probably the best one. It was an enclosed, somewhat atmospheric place with like decent enough music, while the other ones don't have that great of music. It has like some new enemies. That's like, you know, like, so it's like, and that's, so the big thing is, sorry, I know you just type something, but I'm on some fucking roll here. The big thing is like, you're reusing the map of the game, right? So you would expect, okay, if you're going to reuse it, that means the content they're going to fill it with is going to be meaty. It's going to be really interesting. I'm going to be able to finally walk that corner, and there's going to be like a temple nestled into a mountain, and it's going to be really cool. Or there's going to be like a special boss, or you know, something cute, right? Like it's going to be more unique content because they don't have to make the entire map from scratch and all the systems. But what you get is essentially more or less the same formula as the last game. You get caves now. They're okay. You know, you get your wells, which are just mini caves. You know, you get new stuff, new kinds of Koroks and shit, but it's still essentially the search for shrines. And there will be almost, after the first, you know, 10-20 hours of the game, no difference in that formula at all. It's still searching for Zelda's memories and flashbacks. It's still, like I said, shrines and Koroks and stuff. You turn them in the same way, you're getting the same gear. You're even getting like amiibo shit from the last one. And it's like, it's so rare I had a moment where I was like, wow, this is just something like different. Something like, you know, I just found something out there adventuring in the world or something, right? Something special. The only time I think I had it was when I found the story area in Thunderhead early. And then that ends up making the story even worse because I fucking did it early and then it's just broken. And it's like, that's the kind of stuff I expected to find in more areas when you're going to reuse the entire map, right? Like Breath of the Wild was an adventure game built on the adventure, and re-adventuring the same area is not as exciting of an adventure. No, I don't think people really want to, like, if you really care about the adventure feel, I don't think the idea of exploring a familiar places is good unless you really fill it with a lot of strong stuff, and I just don't think they do, man. It's good stuff still, it's still fun, like doing the shrines and shit, but it is all very focused on the exact same formula and very minor content. It's a collection of a lot of minor content, and you could say then, well, that makes it feel more dense. Maybe, but this game definitely, you know, the thought quantity over quality definitely popped up a lot to me. It's like, and maybe it's less quality, because there is quality. It's more like, size or like degrees of magnitude of excitement or something, right? They're much more focused on filling the world with lots of stuff than like really big interesting stuff. It's like, I would just take a smaller world at that point, man. Like, it worked in the first game because everything was new, and all of the scaling and all of the, you know, the moving around and the mechanics, and you've never seen this world before. It's like, it's a constant and fresh, everything you see is new, right? Like, if you're gonna reuse it, man, like, I expected something a little more extreme, you know? I'm going into a pirate area, and I'm just fighting. It's not even pirates, they're just bokoblins on a ship that doesn't do anything. Like, it's very dry, man. And then, like, the big things you do get, the temples are pretty subpar. Like, the lead up and the build up to, like, the wind one and the spirit one are good. And then the temples themselves, like the spirit one's solid. Not spirit one, sorry, I meant the lightning one. I don't know fucking why. I think of the lightning one as the spirit one because it's the Gyarados. The spirit temple itself's whatever. Not even really a temple, man. It's just a fucking... It's got cool puzzles, I guess. But, why was the final dungeon so shit? How Castle was great in Breath of the Wild. Here it's a linear walk spot. Yeah, I don't know. It's ass. Why not make like a cool big thing? Yeah. And the thing is, they reuse Hyrule fucking Castle in this, and it's a shit reuse, man. It's cool as a side area to go run around in, but just following Zelda around to like random points on the map you have to keep opening up. Lame, dude. Yeah, Hyrule Castle was cool in the first one. It was the best dungeon thing. I mean, yeah, you could go in there early, but it's this huge, massive place that you can use all of your abilities on, and tough enemies, you know, you're gonna get tested, and it's got cool music. Granted, it's still more Koji Kondo stuff, they're just kind of remixing, but, you know, in this, it's like, yeah, you just, like, I like some of the music, especially when you get to the very end of the Ganon thing, where you lead up to his army, and that shit's cool. Like, some of the atmosphere there, but like, yeah, mechanically, or level design is just kind of dull. What's up? What happened to Ganon's castle in like most Zelda games? What the fuck happened to that? I mean, Ocarina of Time has it, Wind Waker has it, Twilight Princess has it. Like a full final dungeon thing where there's like, you know, you're fighting Dark Notes, you're fighting tough shit. You're fucking around, right? There's a lot of, all your friends are there doing shit, just like an Ocarina, but like, there's like mechanics you're gonna use. They're gonna call back to the old temples and try new things. Like it's funny, this game's all about building and shit, and all these powers. You don't even use any of them on Ganon, man. Like, there's 0 requirements. I feel like the Flux Construct guy is a better fucking use of this game's unique mechanics than the final boss of the fucking game, dude. It's like, Jesus Christ, man. At least in Twilight Princess, you have to turn into a dog, like wrestle the guy. You have to use horseback. You use the dueling, you know? Like, there's all sorts of, like, I mean, that game's not even, like, mechanically, like, there's, like, that much going on, but, like, they at least try to have a little bit of what made the game special, right, going on. You know, Puppet Ganon has all sorts of wacky, like, phases where you gotta use fucking, like, boomerangs and bombs and, like, all sorts of crazy shit. And then you're still doing the duel at the end and mirror shield shit. It's like, this guy, you just dive, and it's like, that's cool, that's a big part of the game, it's the sky shit, but yeah, that's what I mean, is it just doesn't have that clear focus I feel like the first one did. The first one has its problems for sure, but everything felt a little, I feel like the clear like vision for what kind of feeling they were after, that adventure feeling, that freedom and agency, and the kind of stuff you'd find in this like fresh new world, felt like it was all a little bit tighter. So it rose above its problems. I just don't think it's like that tight of a vision. Like, I still feel like it's fun, but I don't think they were super justified in reusing the map. I think if you had this same content on a new map, I'd probably be able to brush past a lot of the same problems like I did in Breath of the Wild. Problem is, because they're reusing all the same shit, I'm looking at the gear system, I'm like, it's fucking horrible still. There's so much shit that you don't even fucking use and you don't micromanage. Most of it's not even upgradable. There's no fucking like cosmetics slots or nothing like that. It's just a pain in the ass. You know, the menus are still fucking bad. Like, this is fucking horrible for a game where you have to fuse all the time. Like, all sorts of shit like that. The pictures still suck. Horses still suck. The sages are probably the worst implemented fucking mechanic in this game. They're not the most detrimental. I would say the general, like, reuse is probably the worst stuff there. But, like, Christ almighty, man. The sages are so bad. And then so it's like you see all of these things like that. And you're like, but we're reusing the map. And it's 6 years and it's $70. And you're like, something feels a little off, right? And then you're looking at the content in the game and you're like, it's still generally just shrines, right? And nothing really major that feels like really distinct and like interesting. And it's just like, what was the point of reusing the map, man? I don't think that the sky was that great. It was neat as a side thing, but this does not replace an overworld. It is very sparse. There's not a whole lot, and a lot of it's repetitive up here. A lot of green crystals with spinny push block things, and like a little 4-way fucking thing. Like where I mean they're everywhere. Here's one right here. Right? Like there's a lot of those and stuff. I feel like they could have had like more exciting. There's no like stuff in the sky. I liked the depths as a side content thing. It had a lot of unique biomes. It looked cool. It was nice cross-referencing the map to figure out where shrines are, even though it makes it a little too easy to figure out where everything is. But at the end of the day, for the most part, you're just fucking, going from point A to B, right? It's not very significant, special, like, interesting content. It's a fun, like, addictive thing. You can fill out your batteries, you get to use vehicles, you get to, see the map fill out. It's cool for that, but it's not on the same level of finding all sorts of new crazy shit in, like, this alien world, right? I don't consider those, like, oh, these are enough, man. As long as these are done, that's good enough. It's just like, it's not, dude. I guess we could do this. I don't know why they didn't. Why didn't they reuse the way the Breath of the Wild Sage powers, like, worked? Like, the context buttons and stuff. It's crazy to me how bad the Sage powers are in this. Like, it fills the screen with clutter. You accidentally activate them all the time. They're usually more detrimental than anything, like the Goron guy. And then you're fucking running around like... like... Oh man, I have to go up here. Let me turn this down a little bit, it's distracting. And then you're running around like... I'm imagining, like, what if I could just use them on command? Oh, I'm about to get hit, I'm gonna turn on the shield. Oh, this guy's coming at me, I'm gonna headshot him with the giant Goron, or light him on fire and mix that with, like, some oil or something goofy, right? Like a pine cone, or this guy, I'm gonna lightning strike them because it's a big fat group. Maybe I can activate the mech and it's really strong, but only for 10 seconds or something. Like, it'd be cool just to, like, add more to the combat, because there's a lot of combat in this, and it's a lot of the same shit as in the last game. Bokoblins non-stop and all that shit. But why not add, like, why not make it easy to use these, like, Sage powers? Why make them a pain in the ass to the point where you never want to use them? A lot of people say, well, you could just turn them off. Like, that's not a fucking answer. Like, it's cool you can turn them off, but, like, you want to be able to use these powers. They are useful. You want to have new things pop up and change the way you play as you go through the game. Like, that's how most games ever, like, operate. Like, not ever, but like a lot of games operate, right? Like, I mean, you don't usually start the game and you're exactly the same as when you end it. I mean, in Breath of the Wild you kind of are, but it's more about what you go see and stuff. But you still get new powers in Breath of the Wild, even, right? You're getting, like, your hearts and your stamina and all that shit. Like, it's still not exactly the same. You play a little different. But I don't know. I mean, maybe all that's bullshit, but point is, it shouldn't just be like, they're just bad so you turn them off, right? Like, I can't even, like, shoot an arrow sometimes because they're just filling the screen. It's just like, they're so badly implemented. They feel horrible. They have kill immersion. They look like shit. They're not even your friends. They're phantoms, right? They're horrible to control. Everything's, like, locked to A, so you're picking up stuff and it's getting shot off because you're activating stuff. It's just... I can't even believe it got through testing, let alone... And the fucking, like, final thing is, like, the only major powers you get, right? Did I pause it or something? Yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of obviously small stuff and large stuff that just ends up not quite working out. I think there's good stuff. I think the new powers are really interesting and novel. It's cool being able to rewind and ascend and like build stuff. I think the novelty wears off, and I don't think they make as great a use of them as they should. The vehicles are like, they're used in a lot of stuff, but they never really push the envelope, and I feel like they stifle creativity too often. What I mean by that is there's resource limits. You know, just generic build materials like stones and stuff cost more than like gadgets. Limited favorites. You know, having to like grind to get some of this stuff. The inventory management. You know, that you have to have all the parts there to even be able to make the thing. You can't just use phantom parts and move them around and stuff. So if you do try to use things that aren't just gadgets, you know, it ends up being a lot more of a bitch. And then since you only have gadgets, you don't the creativity there, like there's still a lot of options, but it's more and more limited. It gets more and more stifled as you go. The map was never truly made for this kind of stuff in mind. And since the content's mostly about traversing the land, it's only so many ways you're going to creatively want to make traversal vehicles, right? It's like generally flying's going to be better than everything. You can make some ground vehicles and stuff, but you're not going to make like a vehicle that like climbs or anything like that. So like, I feel like the game just doesn't really do a good enough job to push some of its cooler mechanics like the building and stuff. The depths should have had hard restrictions on what you could use and areas that you would need to use them in, and you have to play up more interesting like creative builds and using those things. As it stands, like, you don't need a lot of the weapons. You don't need to do a lot of, you know, or they're really ineffective. Like a lot of the weapons and stuff, the Zonai weapons and the robots and stuff are not very strong. Stuff like the construct and all that. Like there's some cool stuff there with fusion on shields and, you know, weapons and stuff like that. But like in terms of the building, I feel like, you know, the jankiness of the building sometimes, like the only 45-degree angles, not being able to do closed loops, not being able to, you know, just like keep stuff in stasis in midair easily to like add stuff. It ends up being a lot of like little tedious fucking annoying things that I feel like just make me not want to fuck with it. When I do these kinds of games, I usually try to get pretty creative. I try to have some fun with it. I feel like there's just enough systems in play here that are in play to try to make it cohesive with the adventure gameplay that kind of stifles the creative stuff. And I think they could have pushed a little harder into the creative shit. One, because you're reusing the map, so it'd be cool to go a little crazier and like have a bit more of a transformed experience exploring this place. You do technically if you use like the cheat machine, right? But like, you know, it'd be nicer if you could create a bunch of crazy vehicles that were like really wild and interesting. And if not that, at least just zones or challenges that really require interesting creative usage of stuff. Instead, it's a lot of the same stuff. They'll just provide you with like a glider with some fans, or you have to mix, a balloon with some fire in it, or you know, they'll just give you like a fucking wheeled, you know, vehicle. And it's like they're cute. They end up just kind of being like anything you'd normally see in any other game with vehicles, right? So it's like there's creative stuff there, and I feel like the shrines show a lot of that off, but for the most part it is just focused on the shrines. I would have preferred like if they went a little harder on some of the creative stuff, man. I feel like, you know, the building, while you can do goofy crazy stuff, you could watch online people do stuff like that, I just don't think they ask a whole lot of you. And there is room to like, you know, break the shrines or, you know, do goofy stuff in the world, but it's like after 200 hours and the focus on being just moving through the world, there's only so much of that you're really gonna do before the novelty wears off. I think having like a database of everything that's possibly that you've ever touched that can be fused and using those things to like you know, fuse onto your gear, making them cheaper. Just you know, they're not gonna break the game. You can already break the game with just Zonai parts. Like just have some more fun stuff, right? Like why not? And if not that, just make some more interesting zones that are made for these vehicles, right? Like maybe there's an area that's like so windy you can't use flight. You've gotta always do ground vehicles or like make like climbing vehicles or something. Or you know, just I mean maybe it's not a great idea, but it's like it's just something, right? You know, like it ends up not really, I feel like, being this game long, really interesting thing. I would almost say the same for the fusion system. It's cool. I like it with arrows. There's a lot of gadgets you can do. It's cool that there are some things you can fuse onto your weapons that are neat and some cool combos like the Gerda stuff, but it's mostly just playing with stats. So it's fun to just like manage your stuff and be like, ooh, I want to get better stats here and better stats there and kind of playing with that, but the durability is usually so good, like you're not going through stuff that fast. You don't really need any crazy like gadgets half the time anyways. They can just be there for fun, and I'll have fun fucking with some of them, but you know, you're definitely, you know, usually you're going to be wasting your time. I just feel like I said, over 200 hours, the amount of time you're going to experiment with like the fusing and stuff, I mean, you're not going to do it for 200 hours. You're going to end up doing a lot of just like the meat and potatoes of it, which is just fusing for stats half the time. I think the arrows have the most interesting fusion stuff. Thinking about triple shots, thinking about, you know, I could shoot lights, or I could shoot little mushrooms, or, you know, ones that confuse people. I think another problem with the fusion system is the menus suck. I don't want to fucking fuse something half the time because I gotta scroll down a fucking menu for 100 fucking years, man. Like, I don't want, you know, I'm not gonna use the mushroom every time because it's 20 miles down the fucking, you know, 20 miles away in this fucking menu because it's a single line instead of a grid, right? When the stick doesn't even work up and down, so they could have had it work, right? They could have turned it on. There's just enough little things I feel like that get in the way of experimentation, where I feel like the first game was a bit more cohesive with all of it. There wasn't powers that required that much menuing. There wasn't like fusing, stuff like that. Like I said, I still think this is like objectively better than the first game. If you've never played either, it's like the go-to one, but yeah, I just think the vision and how elegant everything was done in the first one was a lot better. And it had more of a content problem. I don't know how you guys feel about how they facilitate creativity, how they push. Is there enough room for creativity? Do they stifle it too much? Is there too many limitations because they're trying to fit it, like fuse it with the adventure? Like I think the novelty of having a full adventure game with some creative building is cool. You know, there's not much that's done that. I don't think they hit the right balance. But yeah. And I feel like the fusion system kind of ends up that way too. I was over the weapon fusing and shit. Like, it's cute. It's neat. I don't hate that it's there, but I don't think it was like this, you know, it just gave the life to this 200-hour experience on the same map, right? Like, for a bit. But like, you know, usually it was too much of a pain in the ass to even bother. I think, honestly, the Ascend and Rewind were probably my favorite powers. They actually changed how you'd like look at the world and how you move through them, and you know, help you like avoid mistakes or play with objects in midair and stuff with like Rewind and stuff like that, or, you know, attack enemies in ways you wouldn't normally attack them by like, you know, rewinding boulders into them or some shit. And I think some enemies like the Flux Construct make great use of that kind of stuff, where they don't really, not many things make use of the vehicles, so. So I honestly like those the best. I feel like I should have liked the vehicle thing the best, but I feel like Thinking fusing was the worst. Vehicles was probably the second worst. And then the other two were the best. Just because I feel like the potential lost on the fusing and the vehicle stuff just is too great. Like, it's really neat. It's the big highlight of the game. I still like them, but I feel like they reach the potential of Ascend and Recall a lot, in a lot more of a strong way, and they're more usable in more areas. I feel like the vehicles and stuff end up just kind of being not as strong as they could be, so I guess that's my justification. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff. I feel bad just like rambling here. I don't know if anybody even cares, but there's a lot to say on it. I don't know if anybody has anything in particular, yeah, they want to dig into. It's just such a long, big game, and you know, there's this balance of like expectations from the first one, you know, repetition of formula tasks that you've already done in the other game, and how, you know, that's going to make them worse in this than they would be if you've never played them. Like, Koroks are going to be more annoying in this because you've already done a lot of Koroks in the last game. Same with the formula shrines. So it's like balancing all that kind of stuff with having new mechanics that are good. I think Ascend, I think even the vehicle building stuff, I think it's generally good. But like, but then you've got all these other problems, and it's like trying to figure out exactly how I feel about it when there's so many, like, so much mixed stuff. It's not a clear cut, oh yeah, it's just all bad, or oh, it's all shit here. Like, there's some really innovative, cool shit happening. But then on the flip side, there's like some really bad implementation of stuff, and some kind of, despite some innovations, kind of a loss of some of the identity that even made the formula good in the first place, and it's all over the place. Goto said this earlier, but I think he said he was over the formula. Like, you wouldn't want to see it again after this. I would say the same thing, in a way. I said to him, I was like, you know, I think they could make this formula work again. The new map, really going hard on significant content. Really rework all of the systems so that there's really not as much of that feeling of repetition, like your Koroks and shrine focus and stuff like that being lessened. But personally, yeah, I'd rather see them just move on from it. I think after like 400 hours of essentially doing both of these, I think this formula's kind of run its course. I think they could do another one, like I said, if they refocus in on the adventure and really improve their content game. But yeah, I don't know. Just I'd be willing to give another one a shot for sure, but I definitely, I mean, you know, I don't think I got really like, I mean, I got bored a bit in the first one because I was going too crazy on the Koroks. This one, I was definitely more than the other one. I was like, at the end here, I was like, I was just ready to be done. There were so many times I was just like, oh man, this is just, you know, just kind of underwhelmed by a lot of it. And so I ended up, you know, doing a lot less side content by the, I mean, I still did most of everything, but you know, that doing that same process of finding all the stuff and having fun with it, I just don't think was as good in this one. In terms of the shrines themselves, I guess I can talk about that. I thought the shrines for the most part were good. I think they're better than the first games. I mean, there's a lot of like rewind ones. A lot of them get solved in like 2 seconds. I think some of the ones in Breath of the Wild lasted a little longer and are a bit more engaging at times, but you know, not having the combat ones is nice. Stuff like that. They were always the most clever usage of the mechanics of the game, where they actually showed off cool stuff that would never naturally happen in the world, no matter how much you forced it. So that was cool. You know, that's a nice way to help realize the strength of the systems. I don't think they go hard enough on the vehicles for that front, on that front, but like, they still make an attempt. But that's the thing, is like, I feel like the shrines are the best content, but it's also the most formulaic content, because that was the best content in the first game too, and that's where most of the focus is in the game, and So it's like it doesn't have quite as much of the novelty and shit. It's purely reliant on like the mechanics of it all. Jesus, I'm always warping, dude. I don't remember what point I was going with there. No, just trying. Yeah, they're cool. I think the caves were, I wouldn't call them shit. I think they were just like alright. I don't know what you guys think about caves. I think there's way too many caves that are just rocks that you gotta break all the time. A lot of caves that are just really just generic. Just there's a couple baddies in there and a couple branches. There were some cooler ones where it's like you gotta make like a boat, or you know, maybe you have to think about, you know, walls where you gotta slide a bunch. You know, that would actually test you in different ways. That kind of stuff was cool, but I feel like too many of them were kind of just whatever. It's the same with like the Koroks, where you like have to carry the guy, you know, 20 miles or something. They're really neat when they're testing new things and wanting you to explore systems. Like, oh, he's really high up, so you're gonna have to make a cool flying vehicle. Or, oh, he's across water, you're gonna have to do, you know, a water thing, like a boat. But then like most of them are just, you have to just go across like flat land for a while, and you're like, eh, I've seen it a million times, I don't really care that much, right? So you end up kind of weaning off of that, and I feel like some of that is maybe not in the shrines as much, but it's just kind of like the general feel you get over time. I think if the world looked different and it was all fresh content you were running through, there was more big surprises everywhere, I think that would help give the mechanics more legs. Because the problem is how the game is right now, it's like all the mechanics are like everything, like all the new shit, and the way, you know, all the new abilities is like that's like it, right? Like that's the big thing. It has to like carry everything else, because everything else is very similar, right? And I just don't know. Like, because I mean, there's not much of temple stuff, there's not much good story stuff. The new maps are neat, but they're not like a replacement for a whole new overworld. So it's like it's mostly like just those mechanics that are the big thing that are good, but I just don't know if they pull the weight enough, man. I mean, I'm just fucking talking. I don't know if anybody's here. It's like I gotta talk. I don't know, my phone's about dead. I don't know if we're gonna have time for this Guerrilla Collective thing. I mean, I probably will if I just speed through it. And we can always watch part of it in between the other press conferences. I wanted to go get like some food or something before we started. So maybe I should start wrapping up here. There's just a lot to say. I mean, I guess we're gonna have lots of conversations about this in the future. A lot of people are finishing. I mean, I'm willing to talk about any facet of this. We've already talked a lot about it. There's a lot to dig into. But yeah, I guess just in general to wrap it up. I mean, because we'll talk about it again, and I want to get back and stream the Guerrilla Collective thing before Jeff Keighley's news deal. In general, yeah, I still think it was good. I just don't think it captures as innovative, as strong of a feeling of adventure and, you know, all that as the first one does. I think there's too many new systems that aren't just utilized well enough or just implemented really poorly. And a lot of the things I feel like I really expected or wanted for them improved from the first game just don't really get improved all that well. Like mainly, like, you know, the dungeons and you know, the formula and stuff like gear and food and all that, and menus and just stuff like that. So there's enough there to make it fresh and still a fun, good experience. And technically, objectively on paper, it's better than the first if you've never played both. But if you have played the first one, I just don't think this does enough to justify all that it reuses. I don't think there's enough strong new content to really justify the around 200 hours it takes to get the majority of the content done. I'm not gonna tier list it. I mean, I like it less than Breath of the Wild, personally, just because of that. But I don't consider, I mean, I wouldn't put this up there with any of the greats or anything. And not just because I'm a traditionalist, like, focused guy, it's just, I think this one starts having that problem where it's just the density of quality content and good, really good times and strong, like, big, you know, emotional moments or something that you're just really engaged in. Not like story emotion, but like, you know, I'm just like, I'm invested in the adventure, the mystery or something. Like, I just think it's too low for how much map there is, man, for how much game there is. I just don't, I think Sam said that in Discord, they just don't go hard enough. I think that's my thing, is like, I just don't, it's weird to say that because like the mechanics do go pretty hard. They're really interesting. But then the content itself doesn't really go that hard. I feel like it's really easy to kind of just say, oh, Katie, you're wrong. It's bullshit. They do go hard. Because it's, you can point to stuff that does go hard. I think it's just the general, like, usage of the stuff that does go hard, which is the mechanics. It's just not really there. There's clever shrines, and, like, that's the majority of it. So. Anywho, we'll talk about it again. I'm going to run to the store real quick. I'm going to come back. We'll watch the Guerrilla Collective thing, which is a 2 to 3 hour VOD yesterday. They streamed. We'll skip all the talking and bullshit. I don't care about all that. And if a game looks like total ass, I might skip it. There should be a lot of indies and stuff, I'd imagine. And then at 2 p.m., so in about... what? 40... Dude, drop anything you want. I would love to have anything. Yeah, I'm not like begging like, yeah, please somebody say something. But it's like I like the comment. I like the discussion, the conversation. And I don't mind just rambling off takes and stuff myself. But, you know, that's why I like doing it live. Right? I mean, I could just fucking make a YouTube video if I just want to hear myself talk. But by all means, yeah. Is it gonna be like Breath of the Wild's bad and this is bad? The Mutan. Zelda's bad. I'm waiting for the unholy nuclear hot take. I'm trying to think of how hot of a take it could be that isn't already something I've pretty much said. But yeah, while he's prepping that, but yeah, we will be watching that, the Guerrilla Collective thing, and then, yeah, like I said, 2 p.m. CST, so in about 3.5 hours, is the 2-hour Jeff Keighley thing, which should be probably the biggest thing of the event. The Microsoft one will probably be pretty big on Sunday too, and there is some every day, so I'm looking forward to the indie ones, but it'll be the Double Fine one, I think it's the Tribeca one, I don't remember exactly, right after the Jeff Keighley one, and then right after that's Devolver, and then before that we're watching Guerrilla. I'm just gonna run to the store quick. Again, shit, the Garbage Souls Gotcha takes a big fat dump on Breath of the Wild and TOTKs when it comes to designing ancient ruins and make them have mystique or atmosphere, and that's pretty fucking sad that my mind would even reach that opinion. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played it, so I can't really say. But I have said over this playthrough that I think they've just lost the ability to do big, significant content. Like, they're just not good at it anymore. Like, it's mostly just traversing landscapes, which is cool, but like most of your big stuff, other than Hyrule Castle in the first one, is just really not that strong, right? There isn't like these big like ruins or cool like areas you get trapped in with like atmosphere that you fuck around in. It's mostly just running for environments, and like that's cool too if that's the focus, but having that variety, especially in this game where you are expecting more of that kind of stuff, the temples and shit, more interesting big chunky stuff to find in the world, and then just not having it, and then the stuff they do have kind of sucking, is shit, man. And it sucks for a lot of reasons. Atmospherically it sucks, enemy variety sucks, the flow of the rooms and a lot of these temples and stuff suck, where they are suck, the story that's attached to them and the hand-holdiness sucks. It removes mystique, it removes the agency of finding it. like it's so like generically done and stuff. Yeah, it's just like I could see probably some shit like Genshin doing it better. Game vibes always had enough so they keep me around after the honeymoon period. Yeah, I'd have to try it. Always wanted to, but yeah, exactly, man. Like it's just so like that's what I mean is like the story's so bad at like being set dressing and setting up the experience, right? Like it's just this alien race just shat out some stuff. The Sheikah just shat out of existence. And now there's just shrines everywhere, right? And like, you know, some of the big stuff like the maze is just like repurposed and shit. And it's just like, yeah, there's not like a whole lot. They all look really similar, right? There's not a whole lot of like interesting stories to discover, or at least just visual variety between the Zonai. I don't have any idea of their culture or anything, right? Like what does the Zonai even do? They have mines. Like everything else just feels like a hodgepodge of like wacky game shit. And like that's fine, but like you could blend like, you know, I feel like visual storytelling, right, with everything else. Look at like, okay, bottom of the well, the Shadow Temple, right? Like you see that there's like torture devices, it's spooky, you know, it feels like there's some kind of crazy demonic thing going on, right? There's no story there, but like it feels like it has like something going on. Like the rooms are different. Like there's a lot of wacky gamey shit, and that's totally fine. It should be, but like these have like nothing. There's nothing about the Zonai. Like I get no feeling of anything, right? Like at least just stimulus, just stimuli, just like things are just different in places. It's nice, right? You don't want everything to be the same in a 200-hour game. It's like, even if there's not much visual storytelling, just variety. It's like they just have nothing. Knock-on has zero fucking lore. Well, exactly, yeah. That's the thing is like Elden Ring captures that mystery, the mystique that there could be something big around any corner, visual storytelling through atmosphere, enemy variety, just different, you know, just color palettes, structures, architecture, right? Like, while I think Elden Ring has some problems by the end of it, it captures that feeling of adventure and the mystery around every corner and like just general, like, yeah, like making you just invested in like, what's up with this place, the lore, what's the land, fucking really well. And like, yeah, and it doesn't even need like dialogue or anything, where it's like this, it's like they're reusing a whole map, so you don't even get that mystery and that sense of freshness anymore. And like they still can't put out like something just strong for you to just explore. Is like some new big stuff, interesting stuff for you to like, that's just has a higher level of like, you know, engagement from it. Like, I mean, it's like it can't just be small shrines all the time, dude. Like, fuck, man. Yeah, they feel like they're just there as an excuse just to, you know, for the gameplay. And like, that's fine. But like, you can have both, right? You could, you know, without a whole lot of probably dialogue, still get me a little bit more invested in this ancient race and their technology. Instead, it just feels like it's pretty much an excuse. You know, they're like, just like, we just need something, right? How do we do shrines again, but different? You know, let's have another ancient race. And an ancienter race, you know, than the Sheikah. And you know, they have stuff. They have new stuff. They float, right? And like, it feels like, you know, they just roll with that, right? Like, it feels more like the story's like an afterthought, which is fine, but it feels like you could still elegantly, like, mesh those together, right? Like, Elden Ring can do it. You know, like, all sorts of stuff can do it. Like, the story's not a huge deal, but it's like, you know, a really, really good thing can probably mesh all that well, right? Without even needing a bunch of dialogue. It doesn't just have to feel like some excuse for shit. Yeah, exactly. Because you just see it and you're just like, oh, you know, there's people there and they're on their knees and they're looking up at this big crazy thing, and you don't see big giant things like that often, and you're just like, you know, it makes you think a little bit, right? you see something, it's different, that makes you think. There's something like, there's just the composition of even just what's going on is enough, right? Like just different architecture and shit. Like in this, it's like there's just not really a whole lot going on, which is kind of what I when I was complaining about the Fire Temple's atmosphere. I was like, every room's the same. Like, what am I supposed to, like, you know? Like, am I supposed to feel something about just looking at like a white wall, like different white walls or something, like in my hallway? Like, no, like there's got to be something there. It's just, I mean, that's fucking like human nature, man. It's like you need like something to work with, like the collection of imagery and sound and all that creates more engagement. Like, I'm not saying I need bright flashing colors or something like that, but it's like they're just very dryly like composed in this. Like the areas, the visuals, the Zonai just kind of get old. The most Zonai shit looks really the same. A lot of reuse of like the same structures that who even knows, yeah, like the purpose and shit. Maybe if they were just like that much more engaging or cool, like I'd be fine with just them being just ultra gamey or something, but I don't know. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass a little bit there, but yeah. That's what I mean is, yeah, like think about just like exploring around and like, you know, the Stormveil or some shit, right? Like there's just like so much going on and cool shit, and then you're going deep beneath and there's like hidden, you know, stuff and lore implications, and you know, the Prince of Darkness face down there and shit, and like just, you know, neat shit everywhere, right? Like think about when you go down into the underground elevator in Elden Ring in Limgrave or whatever, the woods, and you're like, whoa, this is fucking crazy, right? You never get that in this game. Like you did in the original a little bit because it was all fresh, but I'm like, it just doesn't have any of those feelings. And I'm not saying Elden Ring's like some god game. I think I like it quite a bit, but it has its issues by the end too when it comes to quantity over quality. But man, like at least I still had like, you know, strong feelings of something, right? I just don't think outside the initial burst of like 20 to 30 hours of mechanics in this, I felt real strong about anything. It just felt very dry. There was never anything really surprising, never anything big that really, you know, tested you either mechanically or just, you know, stimulated you in any like really cool, interesting way. Like, I feel like, you know, I enjoyed some things a little bit more than others. Like Spirit Temple, I was a bit more engaged. I thought some of that was pretty cool. You know, and the lead up and all that. You know, the lead up to the Wind Temple. You know, there's some cool stuff there that did give me something. You know, finding the Spirit Temple was really, that was a strong feel. But like, for the most part, yeah, it's just not like, there just wasn't anything that really went that hard, man. And yeah, like you said, it's just, you know, I feel like in terms of, yeah, like introducing a new race and like trying to kind of give you this visual storytelling and develop like a culture or something, like, I mean, they just don't do much with it. And it's like, I don't care, like, it doesn't need to have a bunch of crazy, interesting story all the time, but it's like, you could, like I said, at least have some variety. First chasm jump, I mean, maybe. The thing is, I feel like Elden Ring did that a lot. Where this, you get it like, maybe that one time. I mean, that's fair. But like, I mean, the point more is like, they don't really surprise you often in this, right? I mean, do you disagree with that? like, I don't think there's a whole lot of like significant content in this. It's mostly just micro content everywhere. And that worked in the first one because it was, the entire goal of the game was traversal and seeing the land. But because that's gone in this, you just have micro content. And like, that is not enough. Like if you're gonna reuse the map, you expect pretty major, interesting, transformed stuff going on, right? Like I should be going back into these areas and it's just like a really fresh, new, interesting experience, but in the place I know, right? Instead, it's like, I feel like I'm getting pretty much the same shit with like a different set of powers, right? Yeah, exactly. ER run that, and that's when ER starts. Elden Ring starts kind of, you know, dipping a little bit for me. Is You get to the snow area, there's not many surprises left. The quality and the repetition of some of the side content is, you know, it's the same thing that happened in this. I was singing high praises on this nonstop, but then when you get it, that's why I was waiting. That's why I didn't want to say anything decisive for most of the game, because I was like, when I see most of the content, I'm gonna feel very different, and we're gonna see how I feel. And then it happened. I was like, okay, I've seen most stuff now. I'm getting tired of this. There's too much of this. There's not much significant stuff, and I fucking was worried it was gonna happen. And it did. There wasn't anything. There's like 5 or 6 fucking like lead ups and temple things, and like they weren't that good and they weren't that long, and the temples are like 20 minutes long, and you're just like, it's just, and that's why I waited so long to really kind of like, you know, air some of that out. It just doesn't go hard enough, and there's not enough significant stuff to really justify reusing this map. It's still fun just because the basic core stuff is there and the shrines are fun, but man, I feel like it's definitely does not rise above the original despite its problems in quite the same way. TTK runs out sometime around getting ready to the second temple. Yeah, I'd agree. Like 20 to 30 hours in, you're like, you've seen pretty much everything, right? Like at least ER has like extremely diverse enemies, visual design. You know that it's all obviously a fresh map. Elden Ring is not the second time Elden Ring's map was used, right? Like obviously Breath of the Wild pulls that off in some ways too. I think they handle it with more of like a clear vision of like player agency and freedom to get that adventure feel. And since you've never seen any of it before, it's all relatively significant. But even that gets a little old, right? If you go too hard because of stuff like Korok. Yeah, that's my thing with the depths, is I think it's cool as just like a side thing where you spend like 20% of your playthrough just busting through it. Just filling out the map and kind of just like a little addiction way. But I don't think there's anything super significant down there. There's like boss refights, right? There's different biomes, which is cool, but there's nothing really going on. There's not even like a shrine. You just turn on light roots, right? Like you've seen the gameplay for the depths in the first 30 minutes. Like that's it. Other than the Yiga quest, you have seen the depths in 30 minutes. There will be nothing super significant that's going to transform that. And like, that's fine to a certain extent, but like, I don't know if the mechanics, the usage of the vehicles, and all that really justify like reusing that overworld and stuff for a map down below that's like, that I've seen everything in the first 30 minutes for. Like, I don't know if that sentence even made sense there. Like, if it was just that fun to move around, and it was just that cool to fuck around with vehicles and stuff, just having the depths be point A to B, turning on lights, like, I'd be more okay with. But I feel like they just don't, like, while the mechanics are cool, I just don't think they make great enough use of them in the depths to really say that that is on the same level as a new overworld. It's just not. I consider it a chunky piece of side content. You could say, well, that's your big surprise. I'm like, it's not a series of surprises. It's one big one that you get used to after about an hour, right? Like, it's cool. It's new. So in a way, I'm like really engaged in trying to unlock the whole map. But like, there's nothing really super significant down there. Like, there's a temple, right? There's no like spicy like things going on. Like, you're not testing the mechanics in any different way than normal. They're not curating any interesting content or throwing you, like, there's some unique bosses here and there. Not unique, there's the frogs. That's pretty much it, right? And it's like, that's cool, but like, yeah, I don't know. It's same with the sky stuff. I'm just like, it's cool on the side, but it's not enough to justify reusing the main map. Or that's not enough extra interesting stuff, because 90% of the game is still walking through the map you already know, right? Like, that's more my thing, is like, Like, I mean, look at this. Look at the way the overworld is compared to the under. Like, I don't spend that much time fucking around. It's designed to be that way. They give you maps that tell you where the cool shit is. So, I mean, they don't want you to look over at the fine-tooth comb. It's supposed to be this A to B thing. And I just don't think they make it that different of enough experience with, like, cool enough vehicle restrictions or anything when they should have to really spice up the game. Because then it would feel like it was fun as a break. But it could have felt like an even more fun break than it was, and that would have helped the overworld, because the overworld got a little boring, but it's just not enough. Sky Islands are the same thing. Like, they're a cute thing you do for like an hour at the start of every zone, but like, that's it. And yeah, and that surprise feel wears off pretty quick. I mean, yeah, Frogs and Big Frogs. I guess that is it, yeah. I fought like a few of the little frogs. I guess I just didn't. Maybe I wasn't on ground enough. I don't know. You can see me just speedrunning here. Funny how like much content I get to in the last third. I'll buzz through it, dude. I was so done, man. Which made it hard to be really invested in the end, especially when the story is bad. I was just like, yep, let's get her done, man, you know. It's completely tapped out, man. I don't know how long my playthrough truly was, because I've probably had the Switch on at some point. I think Silent said I had 175 hours before today on the account. Like, maybe that's true. So, I mean, around 200-hour playthrough. Yeah. I don't know. Like, it's still fun. It's still, like I like it. I still consider it good, and I still prefer it over most, you know, open world shit. I just think this one stumbles a lot more. It just doesn't have the same vision. I think the idea of reusing the map was a bad call. I think a lot of these mechanics should have been used in favor of something designed more for them somewhere else. I think that they rested on their laurels too much. They stuck to the formula where they shouldn't have. Stuff like not changing the gear. Stuff like still having horses be shitty. Stuff like the camera still being shitty. Stuff like still having Koroks be the exact same inventory stuff, still completely being focused on shrines, still having the story told through flashback, memory drops in places, you know. There's so many things, you know, no permanent upgrades again, not really. The gear system being bad, the menu being bad, being grindy to upgrade stuff, you know, fan servicey bullshit that, you know, like way too over a reliance on fan service and Koji Kondo's music instead of making something like more original, like things like that, you know, the bad temples and shit that like they could have, that you're expecting them to fix, and they were fine in the first one because everything was so strong that was good. But in this one, it's like you don't get that strong of a feeling. So all of those problems, instead of being like smushed down and ignored, are like, you know, they come up. They can't hold them back, man. And I feel like that's just kind of where I get off on it. It just ends up being... I don't think... You could say they were justified in reusing the map because it still is like a good experience. But I don't think they're justified to a very high degree. I think they barely scooch by on it. And I would have preferred him not to do it. Yeah. Do you guys think they were justified in reusing the map? Do you think it ended up... That's pretty much asking, do you think it was good? I think they could have done the map again. I was fine with it beforehand, right? I was like, oh, it's possible. You have to put some really big stuff in there and really mix things up and make it really exciting. Like, you know, every zone would have to have some major thing going on that's really cool and a lot of interesting stuff to be found. But I was still very wary against the idea the entire time they announced it. Because you don't want to adventure in the place you're familiar with. it loses a lot of the mystique, right? It's like they really have to put in that strong content, transform the world enough, and I think for the most part they just don't. It's not justified here. Like, it's just enough. I said it was just enough earlier. Like, on a very personal level, I would prefer to not have done it, but I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't still have fun with it. But I had fun in the way, I said this earlier, like yesterday, you could just have all the shrines in a row be a game, and like it'd probably be like a fine experience too, right? Like, I think that's almost like how it was. Like, it was me just like running around trying to get to like the content. They even set it up like that. The Satori tree tells you where the caves are, the depths tells you where the shrines are. It's not that far off from being like an Ubisoft Waypoint type of thing, right? And that was not what was really special to me. And that, you know, that's not what I liked about Breath of the Wild. Like, yeah, it had all these crazy emergent gameplay mechanics, but it also had like a feeling of agency and like, well, there is agency in this, but like, you know, adventure. And it's like, I don't think they made up for that. Yeah, I had definitely expected more. The depths felt like they'd be a small thing from the beginning, and while it was technically a big map, it is small on content, right? I mean, compare the amount of like movement I did on the top until the Gerudo Highlands. You could tell I was done, right? Compared to like the bottom, right? Like, and I mean, yeah, I was flying for most of it, so it looked probably a little different than some people's. Like, there's just not a whole lot going on there, and I grabbed almost everything, right? There was nothing else for me to see here. Almost every treasure map I found, I had looted. So, like, that's almost like 100% depth. That kind of movement, right? It's just nothing special. Oh, treasure map count? Definitely not all of them. The last few Sky Islands, I started skipping stuff. 27? Is there like 40, I'm guessing? Or like, what? The first few islands I didn't have, the first few chunks of map I didn't have treasure sensor. The last few Sky Islands and the Highlands and Gerudo Valley, I just stopped caring. Because almost every time I had what they already wanted me to have. Yeah, maybe there's just 30. I mean, I didn't get all the Sage's Wills either. I was missing, what, 6? The thing is, like, almost every time I already had what they wanted. I mean, like, this is my gear list, right? It's massive. And, like, most of this is fan service or shit. What the fuck is this, man? Is this gonna be fucking, like, DLC, brother? I mean, he looks like a Zonai, man. What are the Zonai? I hate that they do this shit. This game has, like, dog shit lore, dog shit story. And then they're like, oh, look at this mystery thing. And then it starts getting you thinking. You're like, oh, what is he? What is he? I was like, I don't want to engage with this fucking shit. This is like the most surface level way to get you to like engage with this kind of shit. I mean, that's not even surface level. That's, I don't know. I don't know exactly how I want to say it on that. Like, you could just do something like this and it gets people thinking. There's no story to it. In a way, it's more of like a clever little thing, like with Fierce Deity or something. Like, what is Fierce Deity? I don't know. It looks cool. It gets you thinking because it's interesting, but that's all they need to do, right? And that's how a lot of the old ones would do it. Just something visually striking or interesting or like a good atmosphere, and that's like the visual storytelling and atmosphere would carry everything. And then they'd have like some thematic shit, like, you know, death and sadness, like in, or surrealness, like in Majora's Mask, and like that'd be it. That's all you needed, right? Or like Wind Waker had a lot of like family stuff, right? You know, like goofy shit like that. And it's just like, then you get to this and it's like everything's so in your face and shit that when I see something like this, which could be something that's cool like in an old one, I'm like, I feel like it's just them essentially trying to pretend there's something deep there that there isn't, because everything's been so surface level and shit up to now. It's like, in a way, it's like, I like it when the other games will do something maybe like this, something cute, like some kind of like little hidden lore thing, because mostly the games are very visual, very atmospheric. They can pull that off because I feel like they've owned something. And this feels so dog shit half the time. That when they try to do the same kind of shit, like, oh, what's this? This is interesting. Like, fuck off, because you know it's just gonna be some dog shit when they reveal what it is. Yeah, they have tails. I mean, maybe the race just all has different shit. Who knows? Yeah, let's not have Link. Or maybe Link's gonna turn into a fucking animal. I've never done that before, right? I mean, obviously they have, that's the joke. They did Twilight Princess. But this time he's a furry, dude. He's gonna be an animal man. Although he's done that too. In Majora's Mask he turned into animal people. Whatever, dude. Bring back Mask. Honestly, yeah, like I said, I would prefer they go back to a dense open world. I think I was all about the formula after Breath of the Wild. I think this one has made me just want to go back to like a strong 30 to 40 hour experience, man. With lots of interesting shit. Well-designed NPCs. Better just atmospheric storytelling and shit. I think they could do the big open world again, but they really need to think about how they fill these worlds, man. Because while they do a good job on mechanics and that kind of stuff, the content game is getting a little weak in the second round here, in the second iteration. Yeah, I need to play Link Between Worlds. I'm sure I'd really like it. I really want to. Playing this has made me really want to go play like an old Zelda. Like seriously, I'm like, damn, I really want to play like Wind Waker, Majora's Mask or something. But we got so much to play. I don't have time really. I was probably gonna do Amnesia the Bunker at some point here. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's like, the thing is, like, I had fun with it. I like it. But, like, I only have, like, shit things to say about it. There's just not that much, like, I mean, the positives are pretty, like, obvious. Like, the mechanics are really innovative and interesting. I mean, innovative in that they fuse with adventure game in any kind of capacity. I mean, the building isn't that great. I just played Besieged and it takes a fucking massive dump on this than building. Right, like, so in a way, you know, I mean, it's more about how it, but that's fine. It's more about how it fuses with the adventure stuff, and I feel like that balance isn't quite right. But it still works. It's still fun, right? You know, it's still fun to move around and fly and have all this freedom, and the physics are cool, and the merging gameplay is cool, and you know, being able to experiment and fuse stuff, and there's just a lot of content to mess around with, and it's generally pretty clever content. It just doesn't go hard enough, man. It's not significant enough, and there's too many weird missteps. And it just doesn't rise above those problems like Breath of the Wild did at its time. Like I said, if you never played Breath of the Wild, you play this, yeah, it's gonna be fucking awesome, probably. It's the first one, right? Too. But that's not how the world works, baby. This is the second game using the same content. I can't just not think of that, right? Just depends. I couldn't even imagine going back to Breath of the Wild, especially after they just stopped giving a shit about the story, right? It feels so nasty. You're in the same map. The game after pretty much just says everything there doesn't even fucking matter. You know, there's some goofy bullshit with the dragons and stuff underneath the castle. You've already been to all these areas again. I don't think these games are as replayable, in my opinion. Partially because they're fucking really long, right? I mean, you know, I've probably played like Twilight Princess for less time total than I have this one. Across all of my replays, than I have this game right here, right? You know, like that's a big thing to think about, right? There's a lot of hours in this fucking thing. Like, under that many hours, like, does it handle the stress test, man? Like, I don't think there's enough stuff going on there. Like, it's not just a 20-hour game versus a 20-hour game. It's a fucking, like, 200-hour fucking game, right? I mean, yeah, you could beat this in 30 hours or something, but I mean, when I'm comparing it to how I played it in the first game, which is the exact same way, like, it's a much lesser experience. Personally. On paper, it's better, but... Anyways, I can give this back to Siegfried now. Let me borrow it. God bless him, he's out in Japan, exploring. Yeah. It definitely makes me want to go back to playing something tighter. I definitely want to, which is why I'm scared about Diablo, man. I'm like, oh my god, it's gonna be the same shit. It's gonna be a 100-hour game. Fucking deep as a puddle. We'll see. Hopefully not. That'll be our next thing. It should be in the mail. I don't think I'll start it tonight. I'll probably start it tomorrow if it is. If it's not in the mail, we'll start Street Fighter tomorrow. Or I'll do Amnesia: The Bunker. Or I'll watch that. I don't know. I want to play it because it looks good. But like, I also just really like watching those kinds of horror games and just chilling. And it's not supposed to be very long, but it is on Game Pass. I have it installed. I wanted to do System Shock. I thought it was going to be on Game Pass. It is not. I don't know what happened where I heard that. So we're not going to be doing System Shock Remake for a while because I'm not buying it full price. I might still do the original just when I get a chance. I was going to do that no matter what, but yeah, it's going to have to get delayed, sadly. I'm not like a rich man, so I thought it was going to be on Game Pass. Amnesia is. I gotta play Amnesia. We'll see. Maybe I'll get at it eventually. Lay into open worlds back to back. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I'm pretty worn out on it right now. The thing is, I could just fuck with Street Fighter, but I might want to play that in multiplayer and just fuck around for a bit. And Diablo's a bit more fresh right now because Street Fighter's been out for a week, so I'm like, I just do it. But I mean, we're gonna be doing news events throughout the week anyway, so I'll have time. Anyways, I need to run to the store real quick. This Guerrilla Collective thing's like 3 hours long, but I'm going to be able to skip through some of it, so we'll probably still make it in time for Jeff's event. Like I said, 3 hours from now, the Jeff event starts. Even if we don't get through the Guerrilla stuff, we're going to watch that. We'll take a break. So get ready for like 7 to 8 hours of news tonight. We'll keep talking about Tears of the Kingdom, but I'm going to go out, get a bite to eat, and come back, and we'll get started watching that. So there'll be a lot to talk about with indies and stuff. I'm gonna get out the old Steam and start wishlisting shit, hopefully. And we'll be like still talking Zelda. So thank you very much for watching. I'm gonna get out there and hurry up so we have time. Because if we do actually want to watch this whole thing, we wouldn't have time even right now. We'll watch it in between maybe press conferences. Yeah. Well, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you guys just listening to me just kind of ramble on. There's just a lot to say on this one. I'm really invested, obviously, in the series. I'd love to discuss it further and break into more, specific topics and talk about. I thought I was going to write notes and outlines for this because I thought I was going to have another day on this, but then I ended up being it today, so I didn't have any.